Up, so I'm gonna introduce myself. My name is Alicia Sterling, and I work with Geeks Without Bounds. I was gonna tell you that anyway, as you can tell. I'm gonna be talking about cybersecurity and humanitarian projects as a social justice issue, and we already know why it matters, but I'll tell you anyway, and then I'll talk a little bit about what you can do about it. So, oh, of course. Hello. Sorry, I don't know how to use Windows. I always use Linux, but I was afraid to plug in the HDMI cable on this without testing it in advance. So, note to self, the space key doesn't work to move forward. All right, so what is Geeks Without Bounds? Geeks Without Bounds is a Washington State not-for-profit organization. We currently have fiscal sponsorship from the school factory, and we're working on changing that. We're spending the summer trying to get stuff together for our own 501c3. Cross your fingers for us, because we will be mentioning open source. But I think we've got good charitable purposes anyway. If you don't know what that problem is, Google it. IRS doesn't just, I don't know. The IRS and open source, whatever. Anyway, we support open source humanitarian projects through a combination of hackathons and mentorship in an accelerator program. I really have the best job in the whole wide world. I get to work with two of my best friends, Willow Brew and Lindsay Oliver. We are the leadership team. We are the executive team. We make all of the decisions together. There's really no hierarchy at all. The titles that we have are simply so that outsiders have some idea of what to come to us for. So until 2 weeks ago, my title was developer coordinator because I hook up coders and sysadmins and things like that, techie people with actual projects, because I am the one with the 20 years experience in coding and systems administration. So we also have a whole bunch of fantastic volunteers. And every time I say that, I see those scenes in The Fifth Element where Assange is like, yeah, we have hundreds of volunteers, and it's all just sock puppets. But no, we really, I swear, we have amazing volunteers, and you can check out like actual pictures and bios of some of them. Eleanor Saida was giving a talk here. Weirdly, I haven't seen her at all at the conference. Probably because I've been hanging out with other people, but she's on our advisory board and a lot of other really wonderful people. And also, you may have seen the other presentation with Diggs and Willow. Diggs and Willow are the ones who actually founded Geeks Without Bounds. Anyway, so a lot of people have an idea about what a hackathon is. It's this thing where a bunch of programmers get together and solve problems because programmers know how to fix shit, right? And the prototypes that come out of hackathons often just sort of sit on the vine and die there. There, that better? Yeah. Woohoo! So, a lot of women, a lot of people of color, a lot of people that are not cisgendered or heteronormative end up feeling very uncomfortable at hackathons, and a lot of projects get big prizes at the hackathon and then disappear and nobody ever hears from them again. And if you're lucky, there's a GitHub out there somewhere with halfway working code. Our hackathons are a little bit different. So first of all, our hackathons are safe space, always, for anybody and everyone. We put an emphasis on cooperation, not competition. In fact, we do not give money prizes at our hackathons. We do prizes of various sorts. Sometimes they're goofy prizes. Sometimes they're actually pretty cool prizes. The hackathons that I actually get to be in charge of and run, I try to make sure that everybody walks away with something because I think it's cool to walk away with something, after you've spent a weekend of your hard labor working on some project. We also have a strong emphasis on learning from each other so that we can build better tools. I'm going to be talking a little bit more about what that means. And we include subject matter experts and end users in our hackathons. So it's not a bunch of engineers who think that they understand how to fix the world working in a vacuum. It's engineers working together with the people who actually have been dealing with the problems in the first place and the people who are going to be using the tools in the end, so that the things that come out of the weekend are useful to real people. Just really briefly, a really good example of this is applications that are made for mobile devices for fire response or other emergency response. Often they'll come out of a hackathon and there'll be lots of little buttons and tiny fonts and tons of things crammed into that little application. And somebody will take it out in the field and try to actually use it. And they're like, I can't do this while climbing over rubble. What the hell? And then they just don't use it and they go back to whatever they were doing before. So that doesn't really solve things. So we try to make sure that that the users, we work for the users, let's just put it that way. Yeah. Our mentorship program is tailored for each project with volunteer mentors like you people. We do user-centric co-design, so we reach out to the people that are going to be using the tools and get them usually onto a Google Hangout with the team and discuss what the needs are and look at designs and look at the various levels of prototypes with the team so that they can get feedback all along the process. We have mentors who can help them with architecture of the system and the code. We have mentors that can help with learning how to deal with open source community building, which any of you who have worked on open source projects know that some open source communities are fantastic and some of them are like the noise bridge discuss lists. We also have lawyers who give advice and support on a range of subjects, from what kind of a legal entity you might want to be as an open source project. Do you want to become a for-profit company? Do you want to try to become a not-for-profit company? Do you want to be something else completely different? We've also got lawyers who can help with legal issues over the problems of patents and copyright in open source, and security people. We love security people. So I don't need to explain to any of you that cybersecurity is a problem for everyone. I mean, I think everybody in this room knows that InfoSec and the security of our devices, our servers, our laptops, our bodily implants, if we have them, whatever, are at risk. There are malicious attacks. In my own work, outside my side contracting, I have personally seen a huge uptick in the number of direct attacks on servers of customers that I take care of personally. And the malicious attacks of the criminal variety are getting more and more sophisticated, which, it makes sense. Like, you think about how Amazon software and Google software is getting more sophisticated. Somewhere in the world, there are like rooms full or offices full of people writing better malicious code. Those evil bastards. And governments are doing stupid things, as we all know. And thank you to Snowden for, saying out loud and giving us proof of the things that other people have been saying, and also showing us many, many more stupid things the government is doing that we didn't even imagine. So privacy is a serious concern, whether the issue is, privacy from your government or privacy from mean people that want to steal your credit card and destroy your life. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, what conference was this again? I'm preaching to the choir, right? But if you guys listened to the talks with Daniel Ellsberg and Edward Snowden yesterday, you heard several things hammered in over and over again. We need to work on improving privacy in the tools that we create. We need to build anti-surveillance systems, better anti-surveillance systems. Just PGP for our email, that's not good enough. It's nice, but it's not good enough. We need more and better. We also need to make things easier for the users. This is something that Eleanor Saida talks about a lot. Like, nobody's going to use the security tools if half the time that they try to use them, they don't work. And if half the time that an ordinary user tries to use it, it doesn't work, then we're actually doing them a huge disservice, because those people who are less technically savvy are going to think that they're protected and in fact be even more vulnerable. And we really don't want that to happen. And we also need to build systems that by default enforce human rights. A totally analog example of this is the way American cities are built. American cities are built for cars, and by default, the public space is for cars, and if you want to walk there, you need to be in a special zone, right? And in big cities, we have sidewalks, and in a lot of small parts of the United States, there are no sidewalks at all. If you're in the Silicon Valley, in the residential districts, like, I don't know how people who live in the Silicon Valley ever get to walk anywhere, because there are no sidewalks and there are like miles and miles of housing developments. I grew up in San Francisco, so I have a little bit of a, like, Silicon Valley is not the place it was when I was a kid. It's really sad. Anyway, so when you're thinking about how you design things, you really need to think about how does your design actually support the way that people are going to use them in such a way that actually promotes healthy living, like in the analog world, being able to walk places, and in the digital world, part of healthy living is being safe. So you really need to think like a noob, okay? Think like that person who just, no matter what they do, they can't figure out how to use an Android phone. Everybody knows one of those people. Everybody knows somebody who picks up an iPhone and is like, I don't get it. And you're sitting there going, how could you possibly not get it? They spent all that time trying to make it completely user-friendly, but there are people who just don't. It's so hard for them, whether it's a mental block or whether it's something else, doesn't matter. It's difficult for them. And this stuff is scary to them. And then when we add on top of that, the issues of you have to keep yourself private and you have to keep yourself safe and you have to protect yourself from potential stalkers and you have to protect yourself from the government. The vast majority of people, the way that they deal with it is that they get a bucket of sand and they stick their head in it, because that is just so much easier than trying to figure all this stuff out. Rambam yesterday in his talk was talking about how it's nearly impossible to be private because all your information is everywhere. Like, if you're using Google, they know everything about you, and they can, they've got 14 pictures of you. They do. Even if you haven't put 14 pictures up there, somebody else has put 14 pictures of you up there. They can do facial recognition, and they might think that your kid or your dad or your mom is you, depending on your gender, of course. But aside from that, the facial recognition is really quite good. So, think about all the different ways that even we as very technical people have to look at these things and say, wow, it's actually difficult to remain anonymous. How much harder is it for a noob? So, of course, just pretend like it isn't there. It'll go away. And if something bad happens, well, it was just fate, right? No, it doesn't have to be just fate. So what's really important is that we're talking here about vulnerable populations. The projects that Geeks Without Bounds works on are disaster response and crisis response. So when I say that, a lot of people are like, wait, isn't that the same thing? No, it's not. There's actually an international definition of what a disaster is. And basically, it's the 2 weeks after a major event that you couldn't clean up in a few hours. So Sandy is a disaster. Interestingly enough, some years ago, there was a train crash outside of London. Something like 200 people died. That wasn't a disaster because it was cleaned up in like 2 hours and the tracks were fixed the next day. It wasn't a disaster, it was just a crisis. But on the other hand, a similar train crash in India became a disaster because they didn't have the ways to clean it up quickly. They didn't have ways to get the people out of the broken train, off the tracks, into hospitals. More people died, more people had long-term life-altering injuries because of it, and it also took a lot more time to clean up. So every disaster is a crisis. Not all crises are disasters. There's the other kind of crisis, which is the long-term crisis, right? I mean, long-term unemployment is a crisis. The problems of developing countries, there are many crises there. Water crises, sanitation crises, the ability to get food is a crisis. What's going on in Syria is a crisis. What's going on in Israel and Palestine right now? I guess you could say it's a disaster and a crisis. These are crises that have long-term effects on the population, and those populations, because of the crises that they're in, they are more vulnerable on a whole huge spectrum. They don't have access to money to fix a problem. They don't have access to, well, home to go back to in many cases to, get rest and take care of the basic sorts of medical things that you don't generally need a doctor for in your normal life because you just go home and you put a Band-Aid on it, right? But when you're at a refugee camp and you can't get those basic things, you're a lot more vulnerable. Things that just would roll off your back in normal life won't. So, excuse me. When it comes to the digital footprint of these people, the sorts of things that somebody can do to hurt those people is going to hurt them even more. And in situations like war, especially civil war, or situations like ongoing political crises that aren't exactly wars, but are ongoing protests or ongoing political developments of those sorts, in addition to being vulnerable because of the situation that people are in, they are also being actively attacked by the government or by the opposition or, by a Mexican drug cartel. So it's important to think about those things as we're developing software and as we're managing the systems. So there's two basic kinds of humanitarian projects that I think a lot about. One of them is the kind of humanitarian project that is attached to a large, well-established organization, whether that be an NGO or a governmental organization. Doctors Without Borders, Red Cross, FEMA, any of those sorts of organizations. They have many digital initiatives, pieces of software that they may use. The Red Cross, by the way, still mostly uses paper and triplicate to manage their crisis response. They have a project that was in our accelerator program. Its name's changed several times. I don't know what its current name within Red Cross is, but it's a crisis response application that helps responders to deal with all of the things that they would have dealt with on that paper in triplicate on a tablet or a mobile phone, and that can also be connected to local disaster mesh networks. So those projects have a lot more resources because they're attached to a big organization, but they also have some very special challenges. And the other kind of humanitarian project that I think a lot about, which is actually what we spend the most of our time dealing with, are the small projects that are run by passionate people with no direct support from large established or even small established orgs. So they have a lot of the same problems. They generally lack deep security skills or knowledge. A lot of times people know that there is a problem, but have no idea how to fix the problem or how to deal with the problem or what that problem even really means. A really good example of that is when people think about the security of Wi-Fi. People will say, well, if I'm on a locked network, if I'm on a secured network, so does that mean that my traffic is secure? Well, no. Let me show you what happens when I run Wireshark. Let's see what we see on this network. And then people are like, okay, so I shouldn't do anything on a public Wi-Fi because everything going across a public Wi-Fi is automatically at risk. Well, no, there's ways that we can protect you on the public network, and some of them are very simple, depending on the level of protection that you need for your situation. If you don't mind metadata going across, then you can just be using HTTPS for everything, right? If metadata is a problem, then you might need to use a VPN or other tools to hide your tracks. So both of these groups are serving vulnerable populations in different sorts of situations, and they hold sensitive data. So here in the US, they might hold social security numbers. That's pretty sensitive. I know this personally because when I was 19 years old, and a single mom with 2 very small children, and American Express would never have given me a card if they had actually known who the hell I was. Somebody had stolen my social security number and got an American Express card in my name. And I was like, dude, when they started calling me to try to collect, I was like, if I had known that I could have gotten an American Express card by just lying and attaching it to my social security number. Yeah, anyway, so there's a lot of other sensitive data that these organizations might have. Medical data, HIV status, family relations, you name it. Just if you start thinking with your hacker brain, I'm sure that you can imagine. Another thing about them is that these organizations and tools may be a source of trusted information. Holy cow, if your source of trusted information gets hacked by the opposition, whatever that opposition is, and they put fake data, and now you've got, let's say, a bunch of refugees going to the wrong place, say in the middle of the desert with nothing. Wow, what a great way to kill a bunch of civilians. So that needs to be protected. And both of these, even the really large organizations, still struggle for funds. A really big not-for-profit may have enough money that somebody in the organization is able to go out and get whores and blow, as some organization that shall remain unnamed did most recently. And yet still, groups within that organization will be struggling for the funds to be able to do the really important work that they're doing. They also have very different problems. The bigger you are, the more likely you're going to have organizational paralysis. So having somebody come in and say, you really need to fix this problem, and they say, well, we have to take that through our committees and come up with a new policy for it. And yes, it's going to take us 6 months to maybe 2 years to figure out how to deal with these security issues. And you're like, no, there are people at risk now, versus the small organization that has no structure at all. And somebody comes along and says, fix this, and they do that thing, which is actually the wrong thing. And then somebody else comes along and does this, and they go, wait a second, that's the opposite of what we did over there. And they have no way to filter and figure stuff out. Another dichotomy is that existing infrastructure may have flaws already, that you need to deal with those flaws. The cloud service that a large organization is using has not been pen tested because even if they actually did have the money for the pen test, their organizational management is like, oh, what's a pen test? Wait, I've got a pen, can you test it? And not to make you feel bad, anybody out there who doesn't know what pen testing is, it's penetration testing. It's when you hire people to break your stuff so that you know what's wrong with it and can go back and fix it. Because it's always good to have a friend break your things. Really, I promise. You want your friends to break your stuff, not your enemies. The opposite problem in small organization is having no infrastructure whatsoever, and they're just trying to figure out how to do this thing. Like, yeah, we wrote some software and it really should go on a server somewhere, and we're not sure if we should put it on a virtual private server or if we should use Square to make a website. Like, and the organizations have different problems or issues with how money and volunteers are handled. So if you're going to come along and say, I want to help, the small organizations may say, yes, we'll take anybody. Or they may say, we don't know you, we don't trust you, go away. And big organizations may have sort of a barrier to entry as a volunteer. Red Cross, for instance, requires that you go through certain trainings before you can do volunteering on anything. Like if you want to do data entry in an office, you have to go through their training first. So these are issues. Just a word about open source projects in general. Projects in the open source world are, by and large, not built for security, and unless the project itself is about security. Now, a lot of projects are improving on that problem, especially in the last year, because people have become much more aware of the issue. But the new projects, every time I see a new project kind of bubbling up, and I start looking at what they're doing, I'm like, have you thought about security? And they're like, we'll add that later. First, we need to make it work. No. As part of your brainstorming process, at the beginning of whatever you're doing, whether it's at a hackathon or whether you and your friends are hanging out at a bar drinking beer talking about a project you want to do, at the same time as you're thinking about functionality, you need to be planning how you're going to deal with security issues. By the way, I just want to take this opportunity to preach this gospel that is dear to me. If you are a coder, you may be like I once was and have a sense that, yes, I have to write secure code, and I've read lots of things about what makes secure code, and I will tell you that you don't know anything about secure code until you've broken things. And I learned that lesson, I guess it wasn't the hard way, it was the fun way. Luckily, nothing horrible happened to any of my projects that happened before I started breaking things, or returned to breaking things for fun. When I was a kid, I broke things for fun, but then I turned 18 and went, jail time. But then I learned the legal ways to break things for fun, and it's all better. So some suggestions for you right off the top. Google has Google Gruyere, which will allow you to learn a lot of things about insecure web services. You can break all sorts of things with their holy cheese web application. Sans, does a holiday hack at Christmas time every year, which is a lot of fun. And they like put together a storyline that you follow, and you know, it's kind of a capture the flag kind of thing, and there's often some sort of crypto that you have to break, and it's good fun. On top of that, I didn't write this down, and I really should have. I'd like to encourage all of you, including those of you who already break things for fun, don't just break things by yourself. You will learn much better if you break things with friends. Whether you're sitting in the same room, whether you're doing English. 3 hours sleep last night, way too much booze from security, sorry. So whether it's like pair programming, it's in reverse, pair breakage, where you sit down and one person at the keyboard and two of you talking and you swap time at the keyboard, or whether you're talking over Jitsi video link, one of my favorite things to do breakage with. You get so much more when you're working together with somebody, because you're going to know things that they don't, they're going to know things that you don't, so each of you is bringing the other person's level up, and the things that both of you don't know, you will find the answers faster by working on the problem together and combining your Google Foo or DuckDuckGo Foo or whatever it is that you use. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the hows, about what strategies we at Geeks Without Bounds have been dealing with. One of our strategies is security-focused hackathons. We have run some hackathons in Scotland in cooperation with our sister organization, Scotland Hacks. This monkey, by the way, he belongs to Scotland Hacks. He's Paul Mason, the director of Scotland Hacks monkey, and he's here enjoying the conference. Anyway, so he's here to represent Scotland Hacks. So what we've done over there is we've put together hackathons where we take existing projects. We have already decided in advance which projects we're going to work on for the weekend, and we set up a room like this with different sections, and the few days to a week in advance, we set up systems according to the instructions as they are on GitHub or the project website, so that there is a pen test lab, and we set up a section for people to sit and just do code audits, and we set up a section for coders to fix things. And we also invite end users and subject matter experts on the projects themselves to come in and be a part of that, so that they can learn about what we're doing and how to use things, and so that they can also give us feedback. As we're making fixes to things, we still want to hear the feedback that says, yes, we know how to make this work. No, you just made it so much more confusing. That's not secure because I'm just going to try to circumvent what you just did to make me safer. We get all of this together. The end result is we have a lot of bug fixes, we have reports, and we have bug issue tracking in whatever issue tracking that project is using. One of the great things about these hackathons, one of my favorite things to do with hackathons actually, just personally, is to do them with students, and I've done them with everything from 7th graders all the way through university graduate level students. And the first RockSec was very much one of these educational events, even though it wasn't at a university. We had students and professors from all 3 major universities in Glasgow, from their cybersecurity and digital forensics and CS departments. And one of the students coming away from there said that they learned more in a single weekend than they had in the entire year previous. And the professors came away saying, oh, wow, this was so useful to us. So if if you're thinking about improving your skills and not just thinking about helping humanitarian projects, this is also a good way to improve your skills while coming away with something that you can A, put on your resume, and B, that there's an actual thing at the end of it that's going to help the world. We'd like to do a whole lot more of those. So again, just a quick word about why non-techies are so important. So I am a developer with no graphical sense. There's a reason that I use Prezi. I used to not do slides at all because I hate making slides. I'm basically incompetent at it. I like the command line. And I know that I suck at that, but there are a lot of people who don't realize that they suck at user interfaces. And we really need the people who use things who don't think in command lineese to hold and play with and poke at the stuff that we build. Okay, so another strategy that we have is mentoring. We mentor open source developers. Right now I have an intern who's working with us on the Hackaid Crisis Badges project. And he's working basically full time right now writing code for us, and I spend a bit of time every single day with him, seeing how his project's going, answering questions, and he sends me messages whenever he gets stuck. And then, I help him out where I can. We've got a couple more people that are going to be kind of coming into that same stream of working in order to learn and do a thing on a project, and that sort of internship situation, you come away with, you've accomplished something and built a project that is going to be sitting on GitHub or, whatever code platform. I say GitHub because that's what I use the most. In your head, you can replace the brand's name for any brand you like. And it also helps in getting your first job, especially for young people who don't have experience. But I also, not just me, but our team in general, will also work with open source developers who are more experienced, who might want some mentorship on a particular issue that they're dealing with on sort of one-off and informal ways. We work with project teams. We take 3 to 4 project teams every 6 months. And actually the application is open right now. We were going to be closing it, but it is now open until the 30th of this month, I believe. So you should, if you have a humanitarian project that you think could really use 6 months of mentorship, meeting with our volunteers and us once every 2 weeks, with as needed support in between as well, you should go to guab.org/apply and check it out. We work with not-for-profits and consult with them and sort of explain technology to them and how to use it in crisis situations, and even government agencies. Willow Brew was one of the people who went to the White House after Sandy to talk about how to do disasters better. It sounds awful when I say this, but we love disasters. We don't like that they happen, but we like making them better. So what else can we do? Something I'd really like to see, and that I've been talking to people lately, trying to organize, is pairing professionals with students, and connecting them directly with a not-for-profit. So there's a whole spectrum of things that need to be done. If a not-for-profit has been attacked, they may need help with the forensics. They may need help with figuring out how to get their stuff back and fix the problem. But hopefully, if they haven't been attacked yet, they need pen testers. They need people that actually have real cybersecurity skills to sit down with them and tell them what they should be doing differently and better. And by pairing a professional together with a student, the professional doesn't have to do all of the work, so you're not spending as many hours in your volunteer time, but you still get to have the good feeling and do a good thing. The student gets to pick up some of the slack, and the student gets to learn from the professional, and the not-for-profit gets help with their problems. So if you're interested in getting involved with something like that, please contact me. So how can you get involved? So one of the ways you can do it is get the company that you work for, or your company if you own one, to sponsor one of our hackathons. Most of our hackathons are sponsored by multiple organizations. We run Random Hacks of Kindness. Most times that Random Hacks of Kindness happens, Random Hacks of Kindness is the big ones, the global ones are in December and June. And we didn't do one this June, but generally speaking, we do both dates, and often in multiple locations on both dates. And we also do Everyone Hacks, which is really aimed at bringing more diversity into hackathons and really encouraging programmers that maybe feel less confident about showing up at most hackathons because they've heard about how competitive they are, and we're like, no, come, it'll be fun. And actually, if you go to our website and search for Everyone Hacks, you'll find some blog posts of people written by people who came to Everyone Hacks as their first event and what that was like for them. Get your company to sponsor our work in general. We are actively seeking sponsors right now. Major donors, whether private donors or organizational donors. And if you think that you or your company could help us to do the work that we're doing, we have been living on a shoestring. There are 3 of us who work full-time in this. None of us is making a living wage. One of us, have no idea who that might be, can only do this because I don't have rent, because basically I travel full-time and am creatively homeless. So we need to fix that and be able to do our work better. And I'm being waved at. We have 15 minutes left, right? Oh, okay, sorry. Sorry? Okay. Yeah, so also come to hackathons. Not that our hackathons are the only fantastic ones, but they are fantastic. They are among the awesome ones, and you should come and hack with us, whatever your skill level is. And if you have skills that you think that would be useful to other projects, and you don't want to do a whole lot of volunteering, but you're willing to give 1 hour at some point to a project, we would really love to speak to you. So get a hold of us for that. Volunteer at nonprofits without us. Just remember that when you go to volunteer with them, you may be scaring them when you say, "Hi, I'm a security expert and I want to fix your security." If you need some help or advice about how to approach organizations in a way that will help them to accept your help, feel free to contact us. We would love to give you some pointers on that. And, you know, hey, if you've got an idea to build your own program that's going to help make cybersecurity more in the reach of humanitarian projects and not-for-profits, please build a program, start your own organization, tell us about it. We will shout it from the mountaintops if you want us to. We love partnering with, sharing with, and just hanging out with other people who are doing cool stuff. There is actually something called the Digital Humanitarian Network that we are a part of, and you should check it out. And if you have an idea for an organization that fits into that, that's also a, you know, it sort of lowers the barrier to entry in the sense that you're not trying to invent the wheel. You have friends who are doing cool things also. And if you can, donate anything, really anything. You can find our PayPal buttons at guab.org sponsorship. And I would really like to do Bitcoin donations, but I haven't figured out what the rules are about that for a U.S. not-for-profit. As soon as I know, I will take care of that. So that is us. Thank you very much. Worried Monkey thanks you as well. If you'd like to see this talk, the slides for this talk, it's at bit.ly/sterling-hopex. I am Leisha at guab.org, and you can find me on Twitter at Leisha Vita. And don't get confused. Yes, it's Leisha with an A and Leisha Vita. That's because Leisha Vita is really like Hispanicized nickname for Elisheva, which is my real name. Yes, so Worried Monkey and I thank you. Any questions? Yeah. Please use the microphone over here.
All right, so earlier you mentioned that security needs to be like front and center from the beginning of the project, but that's really contrary to my experience as a core developer and project manager for Byzantium. If we had spent all of our time focusing on the fun, interesting security challenges, we never would have finished the project, and it never would have gotten to the state where it's now being used around the world in crisis zones. So, I mean, perfection is the enemy of done. How do you balance security with the need to actually move forward, get things done, and get it out there where it can help people?
So my advice on that is that you treat security like you treat your other features, right? When you sit down at the beginning, you do a lot of brainstorming, you figure out what you need to do to make this the perfect project, right? When this thing is totally awesome and does everything and makes people's coffee, it's going to have all these features, right? And then as you're building things out, you don't come out with your minimum viable product is not that end point, right? But as you're building your minimum viable product, you're already thinking about all those other things that you've done, right? So if in that feature starting point, when you're thinking about our dream project is going to look like that, and you have security features in that list of our dream project, then as you're building your minimum viable product, you're already putting some of those things in and writing code in such a way that it's going to be easier to add more and more and more of those security features in the future because you already have it in mind down the line.
Thank you.
Hi there. I was wondering if you could talk about what if any, actual attacks you've seen on humanitarian projects in the wild as opposed to hypothetical attacks.
So this is a little bit problematic. I am wary of discussing the couple of big nasties that I've. So one of the things that has happened is scammers scraping names and phone numbers of people and then sending text messages that are phishing text messages. So that's one that has happened several times that I don't feel like I'm saying anything that makes things worse, right? Yeah, I'd say that that's a big one and actually a very common one. Yeah, there are other dangers. There have been some projects where the real issue and actual attacks are about getting information about the people who are dissidents in a specific zone, and then that puts those people at risk, and we know that has happened. But yeah, no specifics.
That's exactly what I was looking for.
Yeah?
I was sorry I came in a bit late, but
if I may make a suggestion, what about putting up a web page with links for students to these projects that they can contribute to that are looking for contributors outside of the hackathon?
Yes, so here's the thing. There are so many projects out there. So many projects out there. What we do have is at guab.org, we have a Get Involved page, and we put up blog posts about particular projects that are looking for volunteers actively. And so you can go there and skim through that, and you'll get a lot of information about projects that we're actively working with. And yeah, we've been looking at how to build a better clearinghouse, and actually something is on the horizon for a volunteer clearinghouse, kind of like what you're talking about, but it's actually going to be mobile-based, and we'll have badges so that as you do things on a volunteer basis for humanitarian projects, you will be able to get something that says, yes, you've proven that you are A, trustworthy, and B, displayed this skill, so that the next project will trust you, and you won't have that problem with the organizations going, who are you? No, we're not going to talk to you. So yeah, it doesn't answer it perfectly, but hopefully it helps.
All right, thanks.
Anybody else? Well, great. Thank you so much for waking up and fighting off your sleep and hangover.
Couple quick announcements. First off, in the U room. All right, I'm full of feedback today. Nice to see how many packets I'm dropping as we speak. In the U room at noon, we are having to talk about the Ukrainian situation that's been put. God, I am full of feedback and drop packets today. Saturday night is a great night to be at Hope. Sunday morning is a little bit of recovery time from Saturday night at Hope. There's a collision in times that seems to be coming on in the U room. At noon is going to be the Ukrainian situation. If you are the person that signed up for the 12 o'clock slot, please find me. Please find any other person wearing a badge like this one, and we'll talk. Because the talk that was signed up for at noon, we will be having that one at 1 o'clock for Professor Tycoon, I believe is the name of the person. The talk that's coming up next, it's amazing to see how sensitive biosystems are. To give some idea, I became a lot more sensitive to it after Hope number 9. For those of you who don't know, right before Hope number 9, I actually went through cancer surgery. Right after that, I became extremely sensitive to even small changes in food and drink. It was really amazing to see how those changes affected me personally. And it is truly amazing how different things happen. And what can I say? It's really cool to see a bottle like this one with random active stuff in it. I would love to touch what's inside here just for fun. To see if it would be a smart idea for me to see what this cool bottle would be here. Our speaker, Jennifer Ortiz.
Hello. All right, welcome to my talk about poisoning. Well, like hacking, poisoning in your life is not like you see in movies and TV. I mean, the antidote within 17 seconds. There's only a few drops. All right. Whew. That's better. It would have been insta-death if I hadn't taken that. It's actually kind of hard to see my notes. Well, I'm going to get into a little bit about how poisons really work. Sorry, my keyboard is. Sorry, a little bit of technical difficulty here. All right, I'll do it this way. All right, I'm a pharmacist, and I like toxicology. I did a couple rotations, one at a poison center and one at a hospital. And one thing I like about toxicology is talking to people. If I talk to a normal person and I say, well, yeah, if someone were to have a bunch of rat poison, they'd be okay for a few days, really, but then they'd start to have internal bleeding, and they'd get anemic and low blood pressure, and if they survived the hemorrhaging, they would need vitamin K for several months. And a reaction from a normal person might be, why do you know that? And it's just strange because it's like, why? Why do you know a certain piece of knowledge? But in toxicology, I don't get that question. A question I do like when people ask why present at a hacker conference. One is because, a body is a biochemical system. There is an analogy of hacking because chemicals can hijack these chemical processes or change them. So basically, chemistry can hack the body. Although more importantly, I like talking at Hope. I've done it a couple times now. because you guys are really interested in knowing how stuff works. And it's really the knowledge that is important, I think. Oh yeah, and I'll introduce, this is my favorite hacker. It's a cold virus because it attaches to receptors in your nose and throat, which makes snot, and the snot is full of viruses, and then it spreads around. So it hacks to survive. And so really, it's about understanding how a system works, the biochemical system of the body. And I'm going to go into some more examples. Starting generally, there's, perception versus reality, obviously. You don't have insta-death from poisons. A lot of times there's not an antidote, or there will be an antidote, but we won't use it to treat. And you don't really get that instant painless death that some people might imagine. And a lot of how poisons actually bring down the system has to do with homeostasis, which is basically the balance of the body. And I don't mean some sort of metaphorical, balance. There's very specific parameters that the body is always keeping itself within at any given time. In response, the environment changes, but the body needs to stay the same, and you have to be flexible to changes. And I've listed some things that keeps in balance, including even water. If you have too much water, it can become toxic because too much of it gets into the cells and they can burst. So homeostasis is very important. One way that poisons can disrupt that is by damaging certain organs, especially the liver and kidneys. The liver is involved in a whole lot of things, from glucose to clotting, to the water balance, digestion, detox. So Tylenol, there's a perception that maybe, if you take the whole bottle, you might, go to sleep and just never wake up. And this couldn't be farther from the truth. There's actually a delayed toxicity with Tylenol. Paracetamol is another name for the drug, acetaminophen. It's in the top left there, and it's metabolized into different things. The one on the bottom left, NAPQI, is a toxic metabolite, and that damages liver cells. Thankfully, our body has glutathione, or GSH, which cleans up the NAPQI normally. But in a large overdose, there isn't enough GSH, it gets depleted. And so sometimes, someone will take a big overdose of Tylenol and they'll feel okay, the first day. They'll be like, oh, that didn't work, I changed my mind. And then the second day, they might start to feel a little sick. And then by the third day, they're really sick and they end up in the hospital. And by that time, the antidote, which I'll talk about in a minute, doesn't have much of a chance to work. And so they're on the liver transplant list in the ICU, on supportive care. It can get messy. The antidote is called N-acetylcysteine, and basically it promotes the production of GSH, and it's most effective before the damage is done. So, did any of you go to the biohacking last night? Cool. When they talked about printing out organs and such, I think the liver would actually be a good one to start with because it can regenerate very well. And if at the hospital you can get the person through, if you can keep them alive and keep them from going into multiple organ failure after this overdose, the liver will actually recover quite well. Another thing to deal with is the kidneys. So if you ever wondered about antifreeze, it's got some toxic metabolites. Again, it's not itself that's toxic, it's the metabolites, and they crystallize in the kidneys, doing damage. And it's got an interesting antidote. Good old ethanol. Basically what happens is the antifreeze gets metabolized by the same enzyme that metabolizes ethanol. And so the idea is, or used to be, overwhelm that pathway, and you get them drunk enough, and they won't get toxicity from antifreeze because it'll eventually get excreted. And but there are a lot of side effects because you have to keep them at a blood alcohol level of 0.1 to 0.15, which is, on average, maybe like slamming 5 shots. And you have to keep them at that level for a long time until all the antifreeze is gone. It could be, a few days. So thankfully, we do have a drug now that works as an antidote as well. It inhibits the enzyme without actually dealing with all those side effects. So another way to bring the system down, obviously you need to breathe and to use oxygen. So some examples are, drugs that slow down breathing, like opiates, heroin, morphine, benzodiazepines like Valium. There are things that stop your breathing, like curare, tetrodotoxin, which is the fugu fish toxin. They basically paralyze you, and that includes your diaphragm. So if you just stop breathing, obviously you stop getting oxygen. But artificial respiration will help keep you alive in that case. There are some that interfere with the availability of oxygen, carbon monoxide. Basically in your blood, oxygen's carried by hemoglobin, but carbon monoxide will bind to that and displace the oxygen. It'll kick it out. And then there's ones that interfere with respiration on a cellular level, and that's cyanide. On a cellular level, this graph looks kind of complicated, but you can think of it as a hydroelectric generator, except with electrons instead of water. There's a flow from left to right here of electrons, and on the right, that ATP synthase over there, it actually turns physically and generates the energy for your cell. Cyanide will inhibit the complex 4, the purple one, and basically stop the flow. So it stops the generation of energy. And carbon monoxide and cyanide are called the toxic twins of smoke inhalation, because whenever someone's in a fire, they're both a big concern. With carbon monoxide, you can give the person lots and lots of oxygen in an attempt to get some oxygen on that hemoglobin. If you do that for cyanide, that's not going to work. But thankfully, we have vitamin B12 in its different forms, hydroxycobalamin. You can give that and it'll bind up the cyanide and turn it, like, the cyanocobalamin is not toxic at all. So moving on to the heart, this is River Phoenix. I'm just going to use he's an actor who overdosed when he was 23, back in 1993, and his the cause of death was acute multiple drug intoxication. What happened was he went to a nightclub and he was speedballing, apparently, which is a mix of heroin and cocaine. And he was feeling sick and also took some Valium. And he collapsed outside the club and was having seizures. When the paramedics arrived around 1:30 a.m., they started giving CPR. He had already flatlined. And I'll make a note about CPR. It's actually, you only really give it when a person is in very bad shape. They're not breathing, and they've got no pulse. And it's really the act of, again, it's not like TV where you just like gently press on their chest. You have to really press down because you're physically squeezing the heart in a desperate attempt to get blood to circulate and to keep that person's brain alive by getting some blood into the brain and the rest of their body when their heart can't do it. So the success rate, like, you need to do it, but the success rate is very low, and it wasn't successful in this case, obviously. To start the heart again, you need either some drugs, and they're shocking, but you don't shock, you can't really get the person's heart started with a shock if it's stopped. So like, unlike in TV, if their heart's not beating, you can try to CPR and certain drugs, but it's not likely to be successful, unfortunately. He arrived at the hospital at 1:34 a.m. and was pronounced dead about 20 minutes later. So the autopsy found morphine, which is a metabolite of heroin, cocaine, diazepam, that's a Valium, metabolite of marijuana, pseudoephedrine, and ephedrine, which could have been contaminants in the cocaine or cold medication. So there were a lot of drugs in his system, and the levels of cocaine and heroin in particular were both very high, so they ruled it acute. They're like, we don't know what killed him. But looking at it as a toxicologist, as I talked about before with the breathing and respiration, heroin and Valium, if they would have been toxic, they would have killed him by slowing his breathing. On the other hand, his heart was stopped and he had seizures. That's very typical of cocaine and stimulants. So that's really what killed him. Interestingly, the Valium is one of the things he might have been, a type of drug he would have been treated with in the hospital if he'd survived longer. It was actually the right thing to take, but it was too little. The cocaine was way too much for whatever small amount of oral Valium he had. Another toxicity that he wouldn't have had to worry about back in '93, but is more of a problem now, is levamisole. It's a drug that is used against worms, and it's in a lot of the cocaine in the U.S. As of 2011, it was in over 80%. I couldn't find a more recent number for that, but a lot of cocaine, it's actually cut before it comes into the country, and it seems to have some enhancing effects on the cocaine. Unfortunately, it can cause some heavy-duty immune system failure and skin toxicity. I could have found some illustrations for the skin toxicity, but they were pretty gross, so I'm with the XKCD guy. I'm just showing you a squirrel. So, nervous system toxicities. We've got, with the case of stimulants, you've got the sympathetic nervous system, which is the fight or flight, and that's activated by stimulants. And you've got the parasympathetic nervous system, which is the rest and digest. You don't hear about that as much, but it's very common to see these toxicities. Anticholinergic, because it involves the neurotransmitter acetylcholine. Tylenol PM, we already talked about the acetaminophen, the Tylenol part. So here we're going to concentrate on the PM, which is diphenhydramine, also sold as Benadryl. And if you were to take the whole bottle, you would get, again, there's a perception of like, oh, Tylenol PM, if I took the whole bottle, like, you take a little bit, you fall asleep. If I took the whole bottle, maybe I'd fall asleep and never wake up. That's not what happens. You get anticholinergic toxicity, which is the same kind you find in deadly nightshade. There's basically a a bunch of different symptoms that basically have a lot to do with having very dried up, few bodily fluids. The skin is really hot and dry and itchy, and you're really heated up. There's delirium, as in talking to people who aren't there. That's a characteristic. And it can lead to, so hyperthermia, being too hot, and seizures and coma, and an overdose. And the treatment is generally supportive care. That's a treatment for a lot of stuff. There actually is an antidote, but it's very short-lived and is used more to diagnose the toxicity than it is to treat it. It's called physostigmine. Reverses the effect, but again, it wears off really fast. So usually treat whatever symptoms are needed in the hospital to keep the person alive, keep them cool until their body can clear out the drug. Another common one, often you see these two together because there are a lot of antidepressants and things that have both kinds of effects. Serotonin toxicity, or serotonin syndrome. It's basically a special type of the nervous system going haywire with too much serotonin activity. There's a lot of overactive reflexes, tremor, bowel sounds, and also altered mental status, not quite the same as the delirium you get with the anticholinergics. And hyperthermia is a real problem because the person's moving, like their muscles are shaking, and after several hours of that, there's a real chance of muscle breakdown, which also can cause kidney failure, and that's in addition to the damage that can happen from hyperthermia. And I mean, it can basically happen from any combination of two drugs that affect serotonin, although it's dose dependent. So you see it a lot in overdoses, but not a lot in normal treatment. In this case, again, there's an antidote, but it's oral, and if someone is shaking, a lot of times if they're really bad, you don't want to give it because there's a chance they might not be able to swallow it properly. And so usually IV benzodiazepines are used to calm the body down and keep people from moving. In some cases where it's extreme, you have to put them in a drug-induced coma for a while, and you maintain their breathing and everything. And again, it's keep them alive until the toxicity, until their body clears out the poison. I also want to go over a little bit about acid and bases, and also a special case. Usually acids and bases, like Drano, they'll be corrosive, like on direct contact, because they're directly damaging the cells, and you won't get a systemic poisoning. But as shown in this still from a popular TV show, there's one called hydrofluoric acid, and this would be probably a toxicologist's nightmare to see this in any chemistry lab, 6 jugs of the stuff, because it's a weak, like as far as acids are, it's weak. It's considered weak, but it's special because it can cause systemic toxicity. That fluorine is basically the problem, and I mean, it can cause burns, delayed burns, like they don't necessarily show up right away, but like a day later they can show up. And I'm not going to show some more serious ones. You can look them up yourself. Really interesting thing, the fluorine part of hydrofluoric acid will absorb. It can eat through glass because it's not the acid, it's the fluorine. It'll attack the silicon. And, huh? Oh, yeah, yeah, it's used low concentrations to etch glass, because it's special. Other acids won't be able to do that. It also loves to bind to calcium, and so it could eat through bone, and it can absorb in your system, and it can bind up the calcium, and that's what can cause systemic toxicity. I mean, it takes very little, like if you were to ingest it, it takes very little to do a whole lot of damage. Even just a 5% solution, just a few ounces could be fatal, and result in cardiac arrest 6 hours later.
Garbage man, New York about 10 years ago that died rather horribly that way. He took a bunch of garbage to the compactor at the truck, and it was a big jug of it in there. And the jug squirted. Crap. He did not live.
Yeah, so there was a garbage man who, there was a jug in there and it squirted him.
Yeah, covered it with stuff, basically. It was closed.
Yeah.
He got to the hospital, it was already too late. As you said, cardiac arrest is definitely a likely possibility to lead to extinction. Not that.
Yeah, so I mean, the thing is, it can be very toxic and absorbed through the skin too, and especially if it's high concentration. If it's a 100% concentration, it can be fatal if it absorbs through 2.5% of your body's surface area, which is about the surface of the skin covering your hand. So if it covers your hand, 100% concentration, it can kill you. Because of the calcium, takes all the calcium in your body. And so, and at lower concentrations, it's not gonna be like as problematic, but can still give you burns. The treatment is calcium, whether it's topical or systemic. They'll give lots of calcium to try to bind up the fluorine and keep you from, keep your heart from stopping. And the last example I wanted to talk about, this is actually one of my favorites because it's a more complicated toxicity, aspirin. It just seems like a lot of different things happen. First of all, it stimulates an overdose. It'll stimulate the respiratory centers in your brainstem. And that'll cause the patient to hyperventilate and breathe really fast. And the reason this is important, I'm going to go into a bit of background, is that, again, homeostasis, the pH of your blood is kept in a very tight range, and two organs actually do this, your lungs and your kidneys. And they can compensate for each other. Your lungs only take a couple minutes to compensate, and your kidneys take a few hours. But if you start hyperventilating, your blood pH, it will become more basic, less acidic, because you're blowing off a lot of carbon dioxide, which in your blood gets converted to carbonic acid. But if you were to hyperventilate for several hours, your kidneys would kick in and bring your blood pH back into, normal range. But since the aspirin stimulates that, it'll cause a respiratory alkalosis. That's when your blood becomes more basic because of your lungs. And then you also get a metabolic acidosis, which is, first of all, your kidneys will compensate. Aspirin and its metabolites are they're acidic. It also has the effect of decoupling oxidative phosphorylation, basically going back to the cyanide in the hydroelectric generator there. If you imagine that process, instead of blocking it like cyanide does, it detaches it. It's like taking the generator offline. So there's electrons still, they can flow, but they're not making any cellular energy. And that results in more acid buildup, and it causes your body to have to use other methods to get energy and metabolize glucose. And the byproducts of that, lactic acid, pyruvic acid, they also make things more acidic. And also, if you're hyperventilating for several hours and you're sweating and your body your cells are metabolizing faster, you lose a lot of water. And then your blood pressure goes down, there's less volume there, so that concentrates the acids in your blood. And so an aspirin overdose patient, they're like that alone, they'll also stimulate them to hyperventilate to compensate for the acidosis. And so their blood pH will actually might be in normal range, but from lab values you can tell that there's a mixed, there's both an acidosis process and an alkalosis process going on at the same time. And so it's a more complicated overdose, and the problem is too, like when you're treating it, if you were to give oxygen, if you were to intubate, give someone a breathing tube, you set the respiratory rate, and if they're breathing 36 times a minute to compensate and keep their blood pH normal, if you've set the respiratory rate at 20, they're going to go downhill very quickly because their blood's going to go into acidosis and they're going to die. And another thing is, after several hours of this, they'll wear out. They'll wear out themselves, and they can, again, one of the things with aspirin overdose is they can just quickly go downhill after being kind of stable for a while. So if the acidosis isn't the thing, there's also the other things that can kill you. There's hypoglycemia because your cells are using up a whole lot of glucose. There's dehydration from all the fluid loss I talked about. There's electrolyte imbalances from all the stuff that's going on. And also hyperthermia can be a danger. So aspirin has a lot of stuff going on at the same time. So it has to be approached carefully. There are treatments, sodium bicarbonate, which is the same as baking soda, except they'll give it as an IV and a fluid, give lots of fluids that'll make the urine more alkaline, more basic. And so that helps the aspirin and its metabolites get excreted. And also dialysis. It's in toxicology, or poison center will recommend in an aspirin overdose to have the team ready, like with the dialysis, because again, someone can go downhill really fast, and if you need to do dialysis, you want to do it and have everything ready to do it. Sometimes aspirin's still deadly, even with all the treatment. And that's, have you ever wondered what happens if you eat the whole bottle of aspirin? It's this stuff. So that's the end. I wanted to give you some examples of how, again, these things can bring the system down, the biological system. Hopefully I've encouraged you to think of your body, which you have with you all the time, as a system, as a machine, just like, computers, except more complicated. And again, we know how some of these processes work. And I think understanding that can only be a good thing, and in fact can mean the difference between life and death sometimes. Also, Poison Center is a really good resource in the US, at least, if you have any questions about any poisons or toxicities. Thank you. So if you have any questions.
Can I ask you a question? You mentioned a protective measure that Valium could have on, was it the cocaine?
Cocaine.
In the example? Yes. Can you talk about that further, please?
Well, basically, in a stimulant overdose, the system's really amped up, and you can have seizures. And the benzos they help you not seize. They slow breathing and heart rate and calm you down. They calm your whole body down, and there's less oxygen usage from your muscles. A lot of different things. I mean, they're really good, and in the hospital, they'll they'll be given, I mean, you can go really high doses if a person needs it. You just have to watch their breathing, and you have to intubate them if it's too slow. But they're extremely useful for treating a lot of different overdoses because of that.
Thank you.
Hi there, great talk. I'm sure you must get asked this all the time, but I heard, maybe it's a myth, maybe it's not, that there's enough maybe potassium in 5-6 bananas to kill somebody. What's going on there? Do you have any background on that?
Could you repeat that? Potassium?
Yeah, I heard that if you eat 5 or 6 bananas, there's enough potassium to kill you. Is that right?
There could be enough potassium to kill you if you looked at, the amount of potassium, but if you're eating bananas, the thing is your body, again, has mechanisms for homeostasis. You can't, just get a potassium overdose out of bananas.
Right.
Because there are mechanisms, with absorption and things that will even it out.
Okay, so it's definitely a myth then. Right. Okay, just one other thing real quick. To do with the hydrofluoric acid, there's probably a lot of guys here that, like myself, that do a lot of work with lithium-ion batteries as hackers. And I think if you end up getting a battery fire and you put water on it, you can generate hydrofluoric acid, so be careful with that.
Indeed. Okay, I walked in a little late. When I came in, you were towards the end of the Tylenol PM thing. You covered the anticholinergic, but you also covered the acetaminophen itself, because that's actually more of a problem than the other part of it is. Considering that with acetaminophen, you take enough of it, you're going to give your liver a rather hard time. If they don't get you in time with N-acetylcysteine to basically block the action, you're going to risk ending up with a dead liver. How have you covered that?
Yeah, I mean, basically, talked about the liver damage.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Antidote. We'll usually give the antidote anyway, even if they come to the hospital late, because it seems to help a little bit. But mainly it's supportive care, and put them on the transplant list. A lot of times, if you can get them through with supportive care, the liver recovers.
Depends how bad it's damaged, exactly. Incidentally, come back to the hydrofluoric acid angle. Believe it or not, they sell a product called Wink in some drugstore, in some supermarkets as a cleaner, and it actually has hydrofluoric acid in it, believe it or not. So it's not as hard to find as you think, plus the glass etching stuff that they sell to anybody. So
Yeah, the glass etching,
kind of
it's low
scary.
concentration.
Yeah, it's kind of scary stuff to handle. Like that one with the garbage man, we saw that was down all the papers, because he sticks the thing in the compactor on the truck, the bottle pops, he didn't even make it to the hospital. That's how fast he died. It was high strength stuff, nasty.
In a large number of cities in the U.S., we're seeing a huge increase in heroin overdose. And as a result, I've read that medical, law enforcement, first responders are now starting to carry an injectable, I believe it is, that's administered on scene. That's something new I've really never heard of. I wonder if you could tell us the background, how it works. Does it need to be administered in some period of time? How effective? Just
There's an antidote for opiates called naloxone, which can be, it basically reverses the effect. So it's very good. If you have an overdose, you can give it and wake the person up if they're going unconscious. There are some pitfalls. If they're an addict and you give a lot of this stuff, it'll send them into withdrawal, which has its own issues, mostly, being unpleasant, but it's not really a desirable thing. And the other thing is the usefulness of naloxone, in an emergency. It's good when they're going unconscious, and it'll keep you from needing to intubate. If you're going to intubate them anyway, give them a breathing tube, and use the machines to help them breathe for a while, and then you don't need the naloxone, because it's basically to reverse the effect and keep them breathing enough.
do you think that first responders get trained enough in how to make those decisions in a emergency type situation?
I don't know. I mean, it varies. I've certainly heard stories of where naloxone is given where it probably doesn't need to be. So I think training, I mean, usually it doesn't do harm, but the person is not encouraged. If they go into withdrawal, they're not encouraged to, call paramedics as quickly if they, have a possible overdose situation the next time. I think there are harms that come from it. And, I mean, that's one of the usefulness of poison centers is you get a lot of calls from health professionals of all types, pharmacists, doctors, hospitals, EMTs, asking, what the recommendation is. And so that's, I mean, I think it's a great resource and it helps these
Thank you.
decisions get made.
Thank you.
Hello, I was curious if you're familiar with monolaurin, which is lauric acid and glycerol, in terms of, it's found in coconut oil and breast milk, and I've heard that the mechanism of action is through it stays as a lipid, anything with a lipid outer layer, like viruses, and even some things with like anthrax and things like that, it can actually potentially, because of the way it works with, it acts as like a skin cell in your body, and so the viruses they'll put it in their outer layer and then it dissolves within 12 to 24 hours. I was wondering if you ever heard of that stuff?
I have not heard of that.
Okay.
If you'd be interested, email me and I can look up what I can find about it.
Okay, there's a patented version by a guy who discovered it named Lauricidin, and there's a guy, Capybara, I think is his name.
Okay.
I had a question about the hydrofluoric acid. You mentioned there was a delayed reaction on your skin if it was to spill. And I was wondering if there was a way that you could, if you had some splash on you, if you could protect yourself from the absorption, or to wash it off, or if some kind of chemical reaction to keep you from getting sick.
Yeah, I mean, usually, standard treatment is to, wash and wash. With hydrofluoric acid, there's also topical calcium preparations that are used to minimize the absorption and toxicity. The higher the concentration, though, the faster a reaction happens. If it's low concentration, it might not happen for a while, but also you're not going to get systemic stuff from that, but you might get a bad burn. It's best to seek medical treatment for it with the calcium.
Thank you.
Hi, great talk. I guess the big topic is hydrofluoric acid. You said that the mechanism was the fluorine attaches to the calcium. So why do we put fluoride in toothpaste and water? Is that the same pathway and stuff like that?
Well, it's different. In toothpaste, you have sodium fluoride, and that's a different situation than when you have the acid and the fluoride. I mean, it's the fluoride ion that is troublesome, but it's in the context of the acid. The acid is really what allows it to absorb and to attack. And it's just a sodium salt, that's not a concern. But if you were to take a bunch of sodium fluoride and then mix it with a strong acid, you could get some of the same effect.
Thank you.
Hi. You mentioned that poisoning is not painless. What about when they sentence somebody to lethal injection, and what are they using?
Well, typically they use a couple different drugs. They use, and they try to make it painless. In this case, there is someone, like administering it, first of all, so it's not like a suicide situation where you're trying to do it yourself. They give a paralytic, which does not, it just paralyzes you. It doesn't knock you unconscious or anything. And they give, I believe, I know in the past they've given a barbiturate. I think they still do. And that knocks you, that's what puts you to sleep mentally. And then they give potassium chloride to stop your heart. And so it's a combination there. If they just gave the potassium chloride, it's a little bit controversial because if they don't give enough of, the barbiturate or whatever they give to knock you out mentally, it's not painless, but you're not going to show any pain. The potassium chloride can actually kill pretty quickly, but it's not painless unless you're knocked out. So,
Thank you.
I was wondering if you might be able to outline the basics of how rat poison works and if the mechanism is the same in humans and rats and dogs or cats.
I believe it's the same mechanism. The rat poison, the kind I was thinking of, is works a lot like warfarin. Actually, it is referred to as super warfarin. In fact, because it's longer lasting and absorbs more, is more tenacious. It basically inhibits the vitamin K cycle. And vitamin K is essential for making your body making clotting factors. Clotting's actually a kind of complicated process, but when you inhibit the vitamin K, basically you're gonna bleed because your body doesn't have the proper clotting enzymes and things to be able to do it. So that's why it causes the bleeding. And I believe it's the same in rats, and the idea is that they don't want a poison that kills them right away because rats will like try a little bit of food and then leave it alone, see how they feel before eating a lot of it to prevent being poisoned. So they're actually going for that delayed reaction there.
A lot of the poisons you mentioned, you talked about what happens if you take the whole bottle. What about poisons that act in very, very small concentrations, like ricin or something like that? I have a little kid now, and one time I came in and I found him sucking on one of these Airwick air fresheners, and I knew that he'd only been doing it for a few seconds, but it kind of freaked me out because I didn't know what's in it, and so I called the Poison Control Center, and I'm a biochemist by trade, but I was still, kind of afraid of what could happen because I didn't know the mechanisms of some of these small molecules or small concentrations of molecules.
Yeah, well, generally around the household, I didn't concentrate a lot on poisons. There are poisons out there that can be extremely small concentrations. You don't usually find that around the house for those reasons. And generally speaking, when you have things like air fresheners, the formulations are usually non-toxic. Although there are things that are of concern. We had a kid who, at a poison center, there was a case we got called in where the kid had some, a kerosene lamp, something like that, a hydrocarbon. And the big concern with that was not the toxicity so much as aspirating it into the lungs where it could do damage. So there are cases like that. It's always good to call the poison center in those cases to see, because they can look up. There's a database with, I don't know what is in any given air freshener, but I could look it up and then decide, see what problems there may or may not be for that exposure.
One time I did something a little foolish. I said I would learn to breathe fire, to spit fire. And the person who was teaching me was very good, but she didn't tell me what happened sometimes when the wind blew back in your face. And I did have the beard at the time. It was ugly. So, but fortunately, I was able to put it out really quick. But in the process, I swallowed about a good mouthful of lamp oil. I know what I did do. I rode my bike home like 9 miles, and I threw up and had diarrhea for 12 hours or something like that. What should I have done in that circumstance?
Well, probably if you had called the poison center, they would have, discussed. A lot of times when we get calls like this, it'll be based on what symptoms the patient has, and so if you were, vomiting and things, they would say, watch it and have fluids, and they would probably follow up calls with you. I will say too, I learned that in the past, a lot of times the recommendation would be to induce vomiting for exposures, just in case. And I mean, if you vomit, you vomit. But we don't recommend inducing vomiting anymore because it doesn't usually help very much. And if there are some serious symptoms, they can help you get in touch with the hospital and things like that. A lot of times it's watch and, wait and see if anything serious develops.
What made that change, like the difference between, thinking it was a good thing to induce vomiting and not? Was that like long studies and hundreds and thousands of cases, or?
Yeah, it was research. I mean, sometimes in toxicology it's tough because you don't go out and do a trial and randomized control trial, give some people poison, give some so you kind of have to do it on case studies and things. But they actually measured things like how much of the drug is in the stomach, before and after, things like that. It was basically better research that informed us that that it just doesn't, and outcomes that basically is made the change.
Well, the thing obviously, if you're going to induce vomiting, there's a risk of aspirating it. You don't really want to do that with a petroleum product.
Oh yeah, exactly. If you
The alkalies burn coming back up as well as going down, so they don't recommend it for that anymore either.
Yeah. I mean, if you have a petroleum product, I mean, main danger is aspiration getting into the lungs, and if you vomit, you just repeat that danger. And probably if you get lung symptoms, then they'd recommend you go into the hospital, but you would call them and see.
I had a question about aspirin. So on TV they say for somebody having a heart attack, they can survive the heart attack if they take an aspirin like within a certain amount of time afterwards.
Yeah, it's recommended. I mean, if you have a heart attack, obviously call a hospital, but call 911. But it's recommended to also chew an aspirin, a full strength one, right away. It has helped outcomes. I mean, that amount of aspirin is only life-saving. I mean, maybe you get a stomach ache. The kind of toxicity I was talking about is with way more. Because most of our medicines, most of them, not all of them, have a pretty big range before they become toxic. So yeah, aspirin, it is true. Aspirin can be life-saving in that case.
Okay, so you agree with the recommendation that, I guess, I don't know, people in a certain shape or over a certain age should take a daily aspirin?
Yeah, usually, I mean, the doctor will, I haven't reviewed the recommendations. On some cases, it's just 81 milligrams per day. In some cases, it's 325. There are actually guidelines. They're research-based for those. I don't know them off the top of my head, but yes, I think they're based on solid research and are good.
Okay, thank you.
Going back to the whole rat poison angle that came up, the basic deal is, you're right, it's an anticoagulant. It's similar to warfarin or Coumadin, but basically they mix it with some roughage, basically, so it sort of abrades their insides, so this way you get minor bleeding, and because they take it, they keep bleeding. And then what's nice is they usually think that they need to drink, they think you need water because they're bleeding out, so they usually run out of your house before they croak, hopefully. Incidentally, the heavier duty rat poison that they use for the super rats is usually, believe it or not, a form of fluoride. And it kills them very, very well, induces heart failure. It's just sort of predictable.
Yeah. I don't know a lot about the different rat poisons, just the super warfarin one.
Those are the two most common. I'm sure there's others. Those are the usually
Yeah. So are there any more questions? All right, thank you very much.
icebreakers. I'll just do a bit of stuff. Just to sort of let everybody just check in this morning. How is everybody doing? We survived last night in the deluge of alcohol. It was hope last night. Anyway. But the concert was really good, though, right? You remember that much, yeah. Dude, where have you been? Where have you even been? Couple things. After closing ceremony, we generally ask for people's help in cleaning up. So stick around. It's amazing to see how fast these chairs get stacked up when you tell a whole bunch of actors to do it. Also, we don't have a cleaning staff, so please, when you leave, if you have the Starbucks cup under your feet, whether it's yours or not, please take it with you, throw it away. It makes everything a lot easier for us. DVDs of all talks will be available. I think they're being sold out in the hallway. Great teaching tools if you happen to be an educator. I have taught many of these in my classes myself. So anyway, we're at time. It is my great good fortune to introduce a friend of mine, Greg Conti, who teaches at West Point. And last I heard, you had a promotion. Are you now Colonel Conti? Colonel Conti. What?
That was a good mention.
No, but it's really cool. Like, I was used to seeing LT in front of your name. Now he's a colonel. Greg and I have been talking for a while because we're very interested in how to teach people about technology. He's given a lot of talks at Hope previously about malware and other things. And being at West Point, Greg is in a very unique position to enact change, one hopes, within the U.S. government. He, a while ago, was like, I am teaching Little Brother by Cory Doctorow to high-up members of the military and also classes there, hoping to let them know what could happen. And this is controversial, right? Some people may sort of go, oh, well, you're just telling them our tactics. But at the same time, like, we have to have people working on all fronts. And that is the great thing that Greg brings to us, I think. And so without further ado, Greg Conti on teaching civil liberties government.
Thanks for introduction, Gus. It's my pleasure to be here today. I think this is an important subject because the more we can get into the minds of the people who really control and influence our lives, in terms of military leaders, governmental leaders, and help them understand the importance of privacy and civil liberties, and inform their calculus when they make decisions, I think we all win. So that's what this talk is about, a little about some of the tools available. If you had the opportunity, and there are opportunities out there to help teach people inside those communities, what would you teach them? Pardon me, the notes, it turned into night pretty quickly. And we'll also talk about the tools that are available for doing that. So I have to add the mandatory disclaimer, and one, I understand no one reads them, but I'm here as a free citizen, and these opinions are my own, not that of my employer. And personally, I think nothing better evokes faceless bureaucracy than that of Pink Floyd's The Wall, the scene from it. So this is my third time speaking at Hope. The first time was on malicious interfaces, how interfaces, particularly on the web, are designed not to help us, but to actually trick us and harm us in a variety of ways. Last Hope we did, at Hope 9, Lisa Shea and I came down from West Point and gave a talk on countermeasures against surveillance. So I think that was a timely subject. And then we were asked this year to come back and talk about some of the things that we've been doing inside and where it could go, how it could scale up in terms of teaching inside the military, the governments really around the world. A key aspect of this, I think, is your personal awakening to the importance of privacy and civil liberties. So there's some people in the room probably haven't gone too far down that path, but there are others, and I'd ask you to think about this. What was the event? What was the series of events? Was it a friend who helped educate you? Was it your own personal, just reading the news and suspicion that something's going on? But what transformed you? What raise your awareness, the importance of privacy and civil liberties to the point that you want to sit in this room and learn more. You want to, actually more than that, just sit in a room. You want to go out there and make a difference. For me, I can point to largely DEF CON 9, which was about 13 years ago. I went there, and I think I had kind of this innate kind of libertarian worldview, but I went there and I realized that, why are they passing this hat around for the EFF? right? Who is the CFF? And I look and go, oh, gosh, that all makes sense when I took a look at what they were talking about. And I started paying attention and grew from there to the point where I, really, it transformed me personally, where I took this on as a cause and a research area and a advocacy area to try and get out there and make a difference. So that in the last 13 years, have done a lot of work in this space, trying to go out and make a difference. And this all is available online for those that are interested. And I think it's important because each of us, the more you embrace this, the more you want to make a difference. And having advocates that try and make a difference both inside the system and outside the system is very important. And particularly inside the system, you're part of that tribe, and you know how that tribe thinks, you know how to communicate these ideas and principles in a way that might be more effective than just trying to do it from the outside in. So some framing questions, because the answer to this isn't necessarily evident to some people, right? I would argue, yes, it is possible, but if we're not careful, we can destroy it. And helping, when we're making decisions, we have to have people that are thinking about both sides of the various aspects of this so that we don't destroy the democracy in an attempt to protect it. And we'll get back to this at the end, but I wanted to just kind of list it up front. If you had the access to people, senior leaders, mid-career leaders, junior people in the government or the military, what would you teach them? And we'll talk a little bit of my perspective on their perspective, kind of what's a common view of the world. But at the end, I hope to go to Q&A and then have a bit of discussion on ideas that you might have toward this end. Ultimately, I think the objective would be helping encourage people to have this mental model, this mental framework to take privacy and civil liberties into account when making decisions, often security decisions because of the tension between security and privacy. And it can't be out of a sense of compliance, like we have to do this thing. That never works well, and people generally do the minimum standard. But from a true appreciation, they get it. Because a lot of decisions, for a variety of reasons, either time, right? Their decisions need to be made very quickly, or because of classification or other forms of sensitivity. A lot of decisions aren't transparent, or they're made in rooms that we'll never have access to. But the more that these ideas permeate various decision makers, you've heard this, probably the phrase, when security decisions are being made, it's good to have a hacker in the room. And I agree, because I've been in rooms where there wasn't one, or it was just me, and people who really don't know how the internet worked were making very important decisions about it. So the more that we can have people who are informed, the more likely they will be in the room. And I also think there's a trend, in the community, in this community, it's been this movement, the hacking renaissance that we're in now has. Early on, it was a bunch of young people, arguably, right? There was a lot of young people, and there was, obviously more senior folks, people as well. But that generation is now rising to prominence, where they're C-level executives in corporations. They're colonels in the Army. They're in positions where they can influence things now, and also groom the next generation coming up. So I think that gives hope for the future. Now, I gave a whole talk on this at DEF CON about the instrumented world that increasingly instrumented world that we're living in. And I've boiled it down to one slide because it's a bit like preaching to the choir here. But I think it's common knowledge that more and more sensors, more and more aspects of our daily life are being surveilled upon. Sometimes with our willingness. We have a fitness wristband that tracks our day-to-day activity. But every aspect, and increasingly so, and it's not showing any signs of slowing down. If anything, it's speeding up. From satellites in space to red light cameras to license plate readers. And it was once moderated, these type activities were once moderated by the human workload required. Well, that's going away with ubiquitous network sensing, and that's why this is important. We're living in a historic time. If you'd asked me 2 years ago, I would have told you that the attention span of the general public was about, they didn't largely care about privacy or security. And events, although significant, like the AOL search query disclosure of 2006 or WikiLeaks, those got people's attention for a period of time, but then they kind of faded. They're well known in this community, but they faded rapidly. But now we're really in a historic time where we have everyone's attention. When you think of your parents, they're probably talking, or parents or grandparents, and they're talking to you about privacy, you know that something has changed. And I don't know when it'll end, but we're in a unique point in history where we have everyone's attention, and that's a good point to maybe push for progress. A key aspect of this is understanding different perspectives. If you're trying to teach, say, law enforcement or military, they tend to view the world in terms of security. That's their job. That's what they do. They're the guard dog that wants to protect. You have advocacy groups such as the EFF or advocates in general that are very much aware of the activities going on that the average person is unaware of. And also they understand the legal framework, the legal challenges that are in play. Policymakers are busy people, and they're fighting they're working in a large governmental systems, often amidst checks and balances that prevent rapid change. From my experience, and I haven't had too much engagement with senior policymakers, but I have met some, and the ones I found that despite what you kind of get the sense from the press, is that they're actually trying to do a good job. They have limited ability to do it, but they were actively listening and trying to figure out ways ahead. They like solutions that are actionable, something they can do, not just kind of like soft, general ideas. They want something that they can turn into a decision. Industry in general, we're drawing broad generalities here, very much concerned about the bottom line and how does this impact the revenue coming into the company, the reputation of the company, legal compliance. And then your average citizen, who I would argue just go about their day-to-day lives conducting business, and rarely do they think of privacy, although now I think it's on their radar. I want to dig down a little deeply because we're talking specifically about training or educating government or the military, governments or militaries. And again, these are just broad swath generalizations in my personal opinion, but I think they're on track. There's a common sense of patriotism amongst these communities. To be called a patriot is a high compliment. They're very much aware of the threat because they classified information, top secret feeds. They're seeing abuse. They're seeing the badness that is in the world on a day-to-day basis, and things that usually do not make the press. They're very focused on trying to stop bad things from happening again. So this is that security focus, right? This is largely security. They have an inability to speak because once you get access to a clearance, you sign a non-disclosure agreement, and rarely are they allowed to speak out loud. And there's been posters out there, and it's frankly rigid enforcement to enact this. And this is key. I sense that this general trust that what is being built won't be abused. And when I say what is being built, you can think about various security systems, large and small. There's a trust out there that it won't be abused. And some would argue that could be a naive trust. And just so you know what this picture is, and when you do rappelling, this is kind of in industry, when they have the fall backward and your coworker will catch you, the military equivalent is in rappelling. The person on the ground is the belay man. So you're supposed to let go of the rope and fall, and the belay man, if they pull on the rope, you'll stop. If you don't, you'll hit the ground. So that's what's going on here is a trust exercise. They also feel that their hands are tied because they don't have the information they need to protect. And I think this is a great quote. Their hands are tied by legal authorities. And I'll just read it because this is may hit an MP3 one day. If DoD defended the land domain in the same manner as cyberspace, a Russian land invasion of New Jersey would have to be fought by U.S. citizens and commercial entities with whatever weapons they possess. DoD would only defend Fort Monmouth and Fort Dix. So that is kind of what I'm trying to do is expose you to the mindset of the audience, the students, what they might be. And again, this overarching desire to protect. And that straining at the leash of authorities, like I want to protect more, I want to protect more. And the leash would be the legal authorities. So if you're trying to educate that population, how far, how fast down the rabbit hole can you take them, right? How do you get into, given that, and I think that what I just painted is reasonably accurate, how far, how fast down the rabbit hole do you take them, and what do you teach them, and when? And this is obviously not scientifically generated, but and in that population of people that you're trying to teach, there'll be some that never get it.
That is pretty scientific. If you look at studies in social change, they have a very similar graph with the same categories in it. So, yeah. So it's science.
It's science. Okay, I've just, and even if and we'll get at this later, even if I had the ability to survey people and come up with the scientifically generated results here, it would probably be very embarrassing and would shut them up. They'd never do it again. Part of this, and maybe a strategy to help frame people's thinking, would be to get them in terms of thinking in terms of security and privacy. And I like this. Well, we put together this model where you've got two axes, security, two continuums, a security continuum and a privacy continuum, where security can be, a security solution could be detrimental, ineffective, or effective. So you've got that axis. And then on the other side, you have a privacy solution, could be invasive, neutral, or beneficial to privacy. And then from there, you can kind of bucket things into quadrants. The first quadrant accomplishes neither privacy or security, and I would think in terms of security theater, right? You spend a lot of money, and it makes privacy, and it makes you less secure, and costs money, and threatens privacy. So that tends to be security theater, a la Bruce Schneier. Then you have solutions that are accomplish security objectives, but reduce privacy in the process. And if you're not thinking about privacy as being an axis, if you just take off the privacy axis altogether because you don't think about it, it's not part of your decision making, this is where you could likely end up. Then you have solutions that are detrimental to security and but beneficial for privacy, and we see those all the time in terms of countermeasures. Then ultimately you have solutions in the bottom right quadrant that increase security and increase privacy. For example, maybe a code audit of a transparent code audit of major software that people use, and helping push people to try and seek solutions closer to quadrant 4, maybe one acceptable way that you can help get these people to start thinking in terms of it, because I don't think they consider the privacy axis very much, if at all. So I'll give you a few successes, and I won't claim that any one of these has changed the world, but I see them as building blocks, right? These are significant, and you can build upon them. One, as Gus mentioned, that we're able to get little brother into flagship training course of a major government organization, and over 600 mid-career and senior people have had a chance to read it. And it wasn't just read it, there was also discussion afterwards, a framed discussion with structured discussion questions about the importance of privacy and civil liberties to democracy. So we were able to make that happen. And the organization was supportive of including it. We had in 2012, and again, this is like, shows you, what I'm trying to paint is inside the system, how you can make brick by brick, you can help facilitate change. At West Point in 2012, they had a senior conference, and they brought in the sitting director of NSA, U.S. Cyber Command, 2 former directors of NSA, was able to get a panel on privacy and civil liberties as part of the discussion. And there was about 50 senior leaders in the room, not just military, but leaders from industry and government, and able to get on the panel, Marsha Hoffman and Jeff Moss, sitting on the panel with a former director of the NSA. I think that's very cool. And to have that type of debate in front of an audience of people who are really empowered to make a difference. West Point just hired a ethics fellow that's going to be focused on privacy and civil liberties. Again, I think it's the first of its kind. Stephanie's in the audience sitting there in the dark. But again, I think it's very exciting and a positive move forward. So she's going to be focusing on this area specifically. We have formed a privacy research group now, and it's about its 4th year, because I found that there are actually, despite what you might think, there's a good number of people who are interested in this and wanted to help make a difference. So reeled them in. And a lot of those publications and talks and things that I showed you in the beginning, next to the DEF CON badge, came not just my individual work, but by creating a team of people who are interested. I think this is the only privacy research group in DoD, and I think the government, but if anyone knows differently, I'd be interested. Again, I think it's positive. Okay, so those are building blocks, right? What could end progress? We know how the world works, right? If you insert the wrong embarrassing headline here on the front page of the New York Times, people will back off immediately and will shut down. So you have to do this at a pace and in a way that we just have to operate in the constraints of the system that we're in. Okay, so let's look a little bit at solutions. When you're dealing with organizations of 100,000 to 1 million people or more, the tools available are crude, right? You think, if you're CEO of a large company, how do you shift it? If you're a general in charge of an army, how do you change how the private views the world? You can't do it personally. Things are indirect. So I have a list of tools here, but these are tools that could be employed to varying degrees and varying degrees of effectiveness. So I'll go through some. The government's known for cheesy posters that no one. This is real. This is real. I've seen this. This is where the hacker community has great artists and night and day difference from what we see. But you could see, perhaps a collaboration with New York City Art School to create sets of posters that people want, right? And don't want just because they're so cheesy, it's appealing. And although I don't know about the ultimate effect of posters, if you see this over your office copier, you're like, oh, okay, I will terminate poor security practices. Absolutely. Pamphlets. Again, these are tools, these are things people do. I like this one. While technically not a pamphlet, it is pamphlet-like, and it's one of my personal favorites. It was Communities Against Terrorism, FBI and Bureau of Justice Assistance document, potential indicator of terrorist activities related to an internet cafe. And I thought it was funny that if you're overly concerned about privacy, paying cash, using an anonymizer or encryption, and you download information about electronics, that you could be, considered someone to watch out as being a terrorist. But nonetheless, pamphlets are a tool. Professional reading lists. There's actually a lot of professional reading that occurs within the military. Senior leaders publish lists. Getting a book, getting the right book out there. And these are actually quite thoughtful. They'll have discussion questions, and groups around the military will use these to form discussions, like a monthly, read a book a month, and then bring everybody in and have a discussion. So I think that it would be possible to get something appropriate here. Conferences can be a tool like this. You bring a bunch of like-minded people together. They've gotten much harder to organize of late, as indicated by the NBC Nightly News and the woman dancing with the $, bedazzled medallion around her neck. So conferences are harder, but they're also a tool. And there's this thing in the Army and in the military called mandatory annual training. And again, this is kind of more of a compliance mode. You have to have a certain amount of training every year, either in the classroom, some of it's computer-based, but it's real and it gets out there. I don't think including privacy and civil liberty, the importance of privacy and civil liberties will not come from this type of training. Okay, so I have just a couple of examples, and to be fair, I've chosen these because they're the absolute worst example I could find in terms of training, but the most humorous example I could find. So one idea came from, you want to turn your computer on and use it. Before you can use it, you have to answer a question on a given subject, all right? Okay, it would frustrate me, but it might be when you're trying to educate 100,000 people all at the same time. All right, so let's take a look at this one. And if you see the gray boxes, I've anonymized the logos that were all over this system. Okay, and here it is. This is part of workplace violence training. Would slamming a sandwich in the garbage can in anger be an indicator for workplace violence? Right, so I don't know. Ask yourself. The world wants to know. No. The answer is no. It means he or she had a bad sandwich. So thankfully, my friends worldwide send me these, and then I can use them in talks. And again, there's actually a lot better. This is the worst one I could find. So this is an outlier. And another. Okay, this is computer-based training. And this is part of the mandatory protect classified information, protect personally identifiable information computer-based training, presumably built by a contractor. And this is the protecting classified information scavenger hunt. Right, so we'll get to the details of the scavenger hunt in a question, but you see various things on the desk like the open safe and the folder with 5-inch high letters that say PII and the fax with a secret cover sheet on it. Okay, they give you clues. May be used to talk to people in different locations. Now don't shout out the answer if you get it. All right, so you can think again. Clue 1, used to talk to people. It must be plugged in. Again, clue 2. Finally, and the ringer. It rings when other people contact you. So at this point, I'm about ready to slip my wrists because this is about 4 hours of training and that you can't just click next on. And there's no way to just take the test. You have to go through this. Okay, and let's get to the final screen. Okay, and I added the arrow in case anyone was wondering. The answer was, you use your desk telephone to talk to people in different locations, and it rings when people use it to contact you. Unlike your mobile telephone, it must be plugged in when in use. Okay, so again, I don't know that computer-based training is the right answer here, and if you'll forgive me, I think this is somewhat relevant and it's also part of my personal therapy for my sanity. To just share this with you. The military and civilian organizations have robust civilian leader development, or military and civilian leader development programs, years of education. As an officer in the Army, you'll have 3 years of classroom experience, formal, like away from everything classroom experience in 20, if not picking up a master's degree or other things along the way, and then myriad other things plugged in. And the same thing on the civilian side. So but getting into lesson objectives or lessons in those programs has potential. And again, that's the type of momentum you can help build. If you start getting an increased degree of people who understand the importance of this, they can start embedding this. And there's a great deal of professional writing that occurs. Ultimately, though, it takes senior leader support. If you go in with this idea like, hey, let's do this thing, you need to win over the senior leaders and have them help champion it. So targeting senior leaders in some way would probably be very optimal. And an upcoming opportunity, and what we're hoping to do is apply what we get comes out of the discussion today, is this is National Defense University, it's down in DC. We're going to be bringing in about 200 military senior leaders for basically a one-day event where people will be providing talks, and Stephanie's going to give a talk there on the importance of privacy and civil liberties. So what we're trying to do is get feedback from you all for ideas there. And then I won't go into all of these, but I think that there are strategies and kind of things we need to keep in mind when trying to train and educate people from these type of communities. We want to win them over in terms of their worldview, not out of a sense of compliance, and understand that there's a limited rate of change. I think ultimately a good starting point would be coming out of mutual respect. So, like, not just dismissing a hand, but out of mutual respect. And the message comes best if you have an ally inside that community working from inside, because they've got street cred there rather than trying to come in. And if you're trying to come in and you don't have kind of excessive background in that, you can at least work with people who do to help calibrate you. That it doesn't just need to be senior leaders, it can also be at the grassroots level. And I believe that research is an enabler because it gives the tools, it helps provide tools to people to incorporate in their classrooms. All right, so this is just a straw man concept of content I put together. This is, again, just a light sketch that hopefully when we go to Q&A, we can kind of get you thinking. But I think you have to convey the why, who cares, and so what aspects to this to the audience. How does this, because you're thinking security, 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 why do I need to worry about this other thing? And I think there's great examples from history about privacy and civil liberties in general, and certainly those of abuses in the past that could be conveyed. How this ties to the law, and in terms of ideology and kind of philosophy, as well as a representative cases or something that could highlight particular aspects. Tying it to the challenge of the instrumented world is another, and maybe with some motivating examples that are probably common knowledge in this community, but not common knowledge for the average military or government person, such as EFF's work on microdot serial numbers coming out on printed documents out of certain printers. That the U.S. Postal Service, it was reported in the news, scans the outside of every envelope and package to create a database of every message that's sent, even through the paper mail, and then getting people thinking about what the future portends. And then conveying other concepts, such as that understanding the perspective of the citizen that you're trying to protect is equally important to democracy. And that you can't always be sure that your worldview is right. You need to be open to new ideas. That engaging the population is important. And that freedom of thought, freedom of our expression, really are fundamental tenets of our democracy. If you destroy those, you risk destroying our democracy. Okay, so to wrap. This isn't, there are no overnight solutions. I think that we're building this brick by brick, but at the same time, we're in a historic era where a lot people will be more open-minded to these discussions, perhaps, than they were in the past. Progress can be fragile, like I said, front page of the New York Times. It requires engagement on both sides have to try. All sides have to try, right? I'm trying to work on the military and government side. And not just to reach into the military, but it's the policymakers ultimately that control our fate. Okay, so I was hoping to, is it possible to raise the lights? Okay. But these are the questions that I hope to maybe, during Q&A, which we're about to go to, if you want to comment on anything, or to bring up some point associated with this. How have you seen an awakening occur in yourself or others? What would you teach people? What strategies or techniques would you recommend? Other sources of content and ideas, because this is the internet era that we live in, and I recognize there's tremendous resources out there. And any other ideas you might want to share. So with that, if we can go to Q&A, I'll happy to take questions and hopefully get a little discussion going.
And you please, go to the microphone.
Yeah, hi. Regarding your outreach to the military, as you start thinking about their experience and the things they're trying to do, and it sounds like you have a pretty good understanding of it already, one of the things that sometimes works is they have a wonderful historical sense. I mean, they read history all the time. And so there's also the idea of fighting the last war. So you had a little note about examples of previous abusive governments. Maybe indirectly, you should also work on the metaphor of us turning into the people we beat, because that's a well-known metaphor. You know, like we didn't fight the Cold War to create a police state here, for example. And that would really resonate. And the other thing is they're not going to be as liberal as, you know, perhaps this audience. So some of the things which, again, indirectly you can reach out to where you would say, oh, those idiot right-wingers are upset about this or that, whether it be IRS or whatever. Those kind of metaphors will also resonate. And try to do it fairly so that no one thinks that you're saying, well, you know, let's make believe that we're all going to be over on this side of the spectrum now. I mean, the fact that they do this, I mean, there is a Southern military tradition, so that's what, you know, those kind of people have kept us alive. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Okay, sir. Yeah.
So, one of the things that's disturbing to me about the current situation is the appearance of our moving towards a permanently militarized society, which is approaching sort of banana republic status with the security money that's going into local police departments and the militarization of local police, increasingly putting us in a situation that looks like a banana republic. You can't have dissent when the police are much more effective at kettling the protesters and will lock them up for 3 days and then let them out, et cetera, et cetera. The tactics that have been pioneered so effectively here in New York, the Republican National Convention and the Occupy Wall Street demonstrations. So that relies on the recruitment of entry-level folks who are coming primarily from low-income communities now. The citizen army is rapidly falling away, and you're seeing recruitment from as a way for low-income kids to get education, to have a secure job, and to get out of the ghetto or whatever conditions they're in. The danger of that is that you create a caste system where we now have a military/police caste that's permanent and that's invested in the continued oppression of everybody else for the interests of the elite. It's very hopeful to me to hear your talk that the upper echelons of the military, as you're experiencing, do not see the world that way, or don't seem to from your description, and I think that's a good thing. But fundamentally, what might be something we need to address is a kind of psychological difference between the folks who are here, for the most part, and the folks in the military. And that is one's relationship to authority. It's a psychological difference that's extremely powerful, and that really seems to sometimes separate the sheep from the goats. It's hard to be on the same side or to form alliances with people who are very different from you about that fundamental psychological issue. So I'm not sure where that goes in terms of comments from your part, but those are the concerns that I bring. And I teach college students at City College here, which, because it's New York City and City College, are very ethnically diverse and tend to be sort of low income relative to Columbia. So those are folks I would like to be able to influence. So it's very relevant to me here.
And I think you bring some important points up. The idea of recruiting, right? I mean, the military is composed of people recruited from the population. So the pipeline of people in, the more, so this isn't just an issue inside the governments or militaries, it's an issue in the population. That the more you can influence the population coming in, the more training world you get, change you get for free in many ways if you can touch that. There's also a concern generally in the military of this increased separation between the military and the population which it serves, right? And that gap, and that they live in isolated pockets and military bases with guards around them, and sometimes you can spend days or months living on base before you even get out. So that's a concern. It's a known problem, and getting out there and in the real world is important. So, and the idea of variety of views. I mean, I wouldn't say that it's nirvana, but I think that people, it's that security mindset. You have to get past that. They're thinking, really, they're laser focused on security, and to help them kind of broaden their perspective so it can be done. But all very good points, sir. Thank you. Okay, sir.
Hi. So to answer one of your questions on the board, I come from the UK. My awakening occurred when I was relatively young. Our government passed draconian laws that said you hand over your encryption keys or you end up in jail forever, period. There's no end to when we can, decide to let you out. And that to me, from my history class, I knew that wasn't a good thing, that, our government had started taking bad steps. But if I may be so bold to ask you a question, you've clearly got this fantastic position within a very hierarchical organization to help educate your leaders in privacy. I work in the UK government, and I'm curious as to how you got into that sort of role within that type of organization, how you created that space for yourself.
So there are various pockets in the military, and I was able to steer toward West Point, which is an educational institution. So it's an undergraduate school, the academic departments, they support academic freedom, right, which is important because it's really, and you're encouraged to publish and to go out and do things. And unless you're disclosing classified information or or giving away sources and methods or things like that, you have a very wide lane in which to work. And I've pushed the limits of that lane, but you can get a lot done with academic freedom. So I think, and hence the others. I mean, there are others there that we kind of gravitated toward that pocket as a place that we could think more freely.
Okay. Thank you kindly.
I'd also add that largely, until the birth of things like Cyber Command and Army Cyber Command, that largely they weren't really even aware this community existed. As much as, like the military just focused on military things, they weren't really thinking in terms of cybersecurity. They are starting to pay attention more now. So.
Okay. Thanks again.
Which could be good or bad for me. Okay.
Hi, I'm a humanitarian researcher, and I just want to bring a couple of international perspectives that in the post 9/11 world and looking at the world as a battlefield, the global war on terror, quote unquote, right? And under the 3D approach of diplomacy, defense, and development for international development, if there are any civil society folks in the room, it's not enough to just talk about working with government and military. That's already a huge ball of wax that will keep lots of folks employed for the rest of their lives. I'm sure you will have no dearth of work in this line. My concern is around, how can I distill this, the oxymoronic phrase, humanitarian militarism.
Okay.
Peace Corps?
No, I'm actually talking about maybe some folks read an article a month or so ago, I think it was in The Nation, on something which most Americans have no clue about, which is the largest drone base in the world, largest military base, largest U.S. military point of operation in Djibouti, and the massive expansion of U.S. military in Africa. Most of my work has been in sub-Saharan Africa, not only though. And my concern is not just the maneuvering of U.S. military in the world and its interactions with local populations on quote-unquote humanitarian grounds, which is a very debatable concept. I'm concerned with technology and information ethics, right to privacy, and the ways in which data is the new oil, data is the new conflict resource. Populations, segments of populations, for example, Horn of Africa, are being targeted on the basis of co-opting of data, capturing data via backdoor channels. A lot of it happens by subcontractors. Military is working a lot through subcontractors, as are international development organizations. U.S. aid works through subcontractors. How can we work on the right to privacy, responsible data practices, not only with government and military, not just with U.S. aid and U.S. military, but with all of the subcontractors, the private security and defense contractors, the NGOs that U.S. aid funds? So this is a,
It's a non-trivial problem.
I recognize that, but I'm raising it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there are tools, right, to...
So, sorry, just quick thing. So one of the ways in which I'm personally addressing this is by working as an early adopter of crypto tools and secure communications, et cetera, and trying to work with my fellow humanitarian researchers to also adopt and start to use secure communications and encrypt files and hard drives and these kinds of things. So, for example, I'm working on developing a crypto party for humanitarian researchers who do things that I do. So,
Yes, well,
yeah.
I think ultimately, I mean, the way the giant bureaucracy works is contractors are responsive to the types of opportunities that are out there and how the contracts are written. If the people that are funding the contracts care, you'll see contractors caring more and subcontractors. So, and it can literally, so I mean, that's the tool. That's how they respond. It's via the contract or the culture, and if they think that there's something beneficial for them in terms of reputation or in terms of getting the contract or money, then those are, I have to think about it some more, but off the cuff. Very good point, so thank you. Sir.
Sir. So I have a question for you, which is, let me give you a little background. Hopefully I can phrase this correctly. We're really good at negative reinforcement. When we see abuses, when we see things that are done incorrectly, we shine a spotlight on it. You know, there's no lack of that in the media right now for concerns as to how the government's acting, behaving, et cetera, et cetera. Rarely do we see positive parts, but when we do, like you are this little bastion of light in a place that we normally, you know, try to negatively reinforce and say bad government. What can we do, since we aren't in the chain of command and we can't promote you, that actually help with a positive reinforcement for the small good things that we see?
So this is a very fair question. The first thing that comes to mind, and this doesn't answer your question, is that an organization I work for, they use the motto, informal motto, absence of criticism is praise. They even had it translated into Latin. To Latin, yes. The military is responsive to civilian oversight, very much so. It's built into the DNA from day one that the military is responsive to the civilian authority.
So do we write our senators with positive things?
Civilian authority is probably a tool to do that. I don't know. Well, you have some experience in this area.
Maybe a little.
And my take would be those that you look up the food chain. And those people can influence things.
Call them, write them. As citizens, when we see something good, finally, how do we fan those flames correctly?
So, and I'm interested in your ideas on this too, but I'll take a swag at it. And I would say yes. I mean, we have there are a variety of ways, and one is the news community, bloggers. There's the press. But you have to. There's the written word in terms of magazines and online news, but you have to go to where the people you're trying to influence are. Right? They're not going to read. Congressmen don't read Slashdot.
Yeah.
Congressmen read the front page of the New York Times.
Yeah.
The Capitol Hill staffers are watering hole attacks, but you put the news where that you know it'll be consumed. You can go more directly. And for those that are interested, in the hierarchy that is the Army, yes, Colonel is, it's senior enough to be in the room, but you get the back seat in the room. It's the general officers that are really making decisions, but we get a chance. So I'm interested in your thoughts. Did I miss any key point there? Or,
I'm curious.
okay, hold on. Sir.
Thank you for your talk. I was curious about some of the topics here. Some of the things that concern me is the role of the military versus the local government, i.e., who is your customer? Common perception is that the military sometimes is working for the defense contractors or the corporations, and when the military is engaged in local operations, is a citizen their customer? The other thing is that the military, has been really associated with waterboarding and urban assault training. And there is a provision in the military called the Provost General, ostentatiously, at one time it was supposed to protect the Constitution and the enforcement of treaties, and I think that's not happening anymore. And one other suggestion is that maybe the military can consider an open house for local citizens to meet the commanders and the soldiers, either on base or off base, as a way for citizens to know who the folks in the field are. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, one example, it was, I was told that the three largest tourist attractions in New York State were New York City, Niagara Falls, number 2, West Point, number 3. After 9/11, they locked the gates. And it's, largely, and they shut down basically all tourism significantly for many years. Now it's opening up, you can take a bus in or whatever. But again, it didn't help any, right? Everybody went down in lockdown mode to blur those lines. But I think you also raised a good point, the idea that this isn't just military, it's law enforcement. And I think that some of the things, because we have we have access to those communities. I mean, we could come down and talk to the NYPD and they'll talk to us and vice versa, right? We've had some people up. So we can have discussions, we have access, we're in that circle, that if we're making progress or have materials to share and maybe start winning over some people in those communities, we can have some influence there. So I've got some down to how much time? 4 minutes, okay.
Howdy. I'm a civil rights lawyer, and I have to occasionally talk to people at VMI who are just like people at West Point, except they're pissed off they didn't get to work at West Point, and about the Civil War.
Our parking is horrible.
Right. And so I've got a little bit of experience in trying to articulate these messages. Usually the first thing I open with is I say, your job is to defend civilization. My job is to make a civilization worth defending. So there are kind of two halves to this. But the big thing I've found, the big obstacle I found in trying to get them to grasp civil rights is that they're very procedural. In the military, people are very interested in what did you do or what are you going to do. And civil rights law is not about what you did or didn't do. There's two elements to a civil rights violation, right? There's the motivation for the action, and there's the effect of the action. Motivation and effect. Nowhere in civil rights law does it ask the thing you actually did. And if you look at Jim Crow law, right, in the Jim Crow laws, it doesn't matter if you stop someone from voting because of their race, or you stop them from voting because of a literacy test, or you stop them from voting because their grandfather didn't vote in the county. All those things were motivated improperly. They were all motivated because they didn't like the race of the person. And they all had the effect of preventing people from voting based on race. And that's a huge hurdle, because for people who are trying to, you talk about people saying, well, I don't want to do it, or I don't want people to do it because they feel like they have to. Once you get them past the hurdle of understanding, it's not about cleverness. It's not about thinking, how do I get around this requirement? How do I get over this requirement? How do I get through this requirement? It's about actually doing the right thing. That's the big transformation. That's when they say, okay, I get it. I'm not supposed to try to get behind the rule. I'm supposed to actually be part of the system doing the right thing from the beginning.
Good, very good. And I would add that, we tried, not necessarily in the context of privacy, civil liberties, which is something we're all, but in general about ethical decision-making on the battlefield. West Point does try and do that, to do the right thing when no one is looking, right? And so maybe folding it under that would be another way we could, because there is actually a great deal of ethics training that goes on for leaders. So Gus, one more question, or one more question?
Thanks a lot for your talk.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sometimes involved in negotiations, and it's a really like, it might be a really pedestrian comment of mine, I'm not sure, but the first step is finding commonality. And it strikes me that between the two communities, although the means are quite different, the ends are quite similar. I'm thinking particularly about if the military is all about security, well, so is this community in a way. It's just the security is achieved through technical means. And if there's one community that knows about finding flaws in security and then patching them up and make it stronger, it's this one. So I'd start by trying to point out that commonality. And I'd also talk about freedom. I mean, as an Australian, I'm constantly amazed at the debate in this country, and it's about freedom. It's just the means are different. I would be looking at the military trying to preserve freedoms, and here people trying to preserve their individual freedoms, and just trying to point out those similarities.
Oh, that's actually very insightful, and the idea of just, because I'm sure if we did some research on negotiation in general, there's other kind of strategies along those lines that could, because in some ways we're doing negotiation, intellectually at least at first. Okay, so with that, I'll go ahead and wrap it up. Thank you so much, very, very helpful, and cheers.
Did I see Greg Newby come in earlier? Greg Newby, you back there? I want to borrow his jacket. It's freezing. But who's? Thank you, Nick. Thank you. Is it gonna fit me? I'm curvier than you are. Hi, everybody. Good morning. We know why you're filling into the room. Look at you. You expect unicorns. How many people expect unicorns? Yes. We've seen Johannes before. This is. What? Oh, no, we haven't. We haven't seen Johannes. We haven't seen any of this before. This will be entirely new. We don't know who this guy is. He's probably totally boring. He's nothing like Johannes at all. My favorite Johannes story. Thank you. I get to do this, and I get to be like, like James Brown, and just throw it away again. I swear to God, that's what it felt like I was doing in teaching last year. I'd get near a chair, and then I'd throw it away. Thank you, Nick. I know. But I was gonna throw it off, like James Brown always grabs the coat, and then he throws it away again. Do you want to introduce Johannes? We can mutually use. Can I tell you Johannes' anecdote before you do? Please. Yeah, so I don't know Johannes that well, but I had this great chance to go out and drink with him after the previous Hope, and we got to talking. Johannes knows a lot about Olive Garden, a restaurant chain, which is he has this fascination being German and having spent some time in the United States. He has this fascination with Olive Garden. Told me this fact that I did not know.
Who's been to an Olive Garden?
Who's been to an Olive Garden here?
Please.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah. Do you want to tell the Olive Garden story, Johannes? Because the Olive Garden story is pretty amazing.
That's the American experience.
Yes. Into the mic, man.
Okay. Okay, I think I'll talk about Olive Garden and hate a little bit later. But
yes.
Go on with your.
So the point that he made about Olive Garden is that apparently it was entirely created by market research, and basically what they asked Americans is, what do you think is Italian food, and like what is Italian, and that is how they created Olive Garden, out of like an American survey of like what they think Italian is.
Olive Garden is like Alfredo statistics.
Alfredo statistics. This is the greatest thing. This is the way I love the people who show up to Hope. You get him, and you get Finn Brunton, who will suddenly go down a rabbit hole about some cult you've never heard of. Thank you, Greg. Yeah, know your history about random shit like that. That's great.
Olive Garden, based in Orlando. It's owned by Darden Corporation. I'm actually writing an essay about Olive Garden, but I will hopefully not talk too much about Olive Garden today.
Cool. What time are we at right now? How much time do I have? 12:58, it's another minute to kill. So I'll do the usual kinds of house cleaning kinds of things. Remember, at the end of the conference, we tend to ask people to stick around, help us clean up. So please do that. You might get a T-shirt out of it, I think. I don't know. I can't promise anything, but we love it having people. We have no official cleanup staff, and the more you can do to help us, especially if you see people who you know are like a brain trust of the conference, like Mitch Altman, don't let him sort out his wires. Last time at the end of the conference, he was like sorting wires and bits of solder, being like, I have to pack this. I'm like, no, Mitch, you need to tell people what everything is all about and not just the wires. I love him. He just has very close attention to things sometimes. Yes, also, when you leave this room, and when you leave any room today, please, once again, we have no cleaning staff, take that Starbucks cup under your chair. I know you brought one with you or something. It's not Starbucks, water, whatever. Anyway, I will, given that I've given my Olive Garden anecdote, I'm going to let Nick Farr continue the introduction of Johannes.
All right, good morning. I actually have a couple of announcements of my own. One, if you work for the MTA, the people that run the transit here, please tell your staff to keep their tool chests locked in every station. Thing number two, you need to have better metal bits, or I'm sorry, better metal blades for your reciprocating saws. Thing number three, the payphone that I left in the lockpicking village is still unlocked. So if you know anything about unlocking payphones and getting it open, you can keep all of the change inside, but I just would like the locks picked off of that payphone. And just to cover all bases, Verizon has officially decommissioned all of their own payphones in the city. So if you happen to see a payphone in a subway station and happen to be in a subway station with an unlocked tool chest that happens to have a battery-powered reciprocating saw in it, but no, I'm serious. I dropped off a payphone in the lockpicking village yesterday, and they have been working on it for a solid 14 hours, and they have not yet gotten it open. I think after I introduce Johannes, I'm going to probably go figure out if I can buy some stainless steel drill bits and a drill somewhere and put the lockpickers to shame. Oh, Gus has a drill?
I know the drill points.
And we have somebody who knows the drill points. Thermite? Bernie, you're an organizer of the conference. Should you really be advocating that the attendees use thermite on the mezzanine?
Nick, if you were here at the first hope, you will remember that there was an explosive device that was detonated on stage here at the closing ceremony.
So Bernie was saying that...
It was a clipper chip that we actually blew up on stage with a small explosive device.
So Bernie's actually saying that at the first hope there was an explosive device, which leads to the first rule of security, which is no explosives. If you actually go talk to Rhodey or Cush, and actually, could we have a huge round of applause for the security guys? They are managing so much stuff.
They are, in fact, protecting you from yourself, and that's really so.
Well, I mean, the funny thing is that we had just a small little minor medical thing back here, and, in addition to, dealing with gigantic overflowing rooms from Snowden, anytime an attendee has some kind of medical problem or some kind of security problem, they do a really, really great job of dealing with that, and, Rhodey and Cush and that whole crew is really awesome, and they deserve all of our love and support. But if you actually go down to the security team and ask them, they have a list of 7 rules that are obviously related to incidents that happened at previous hopes, and the first one is no explosives. So please don't use thermite on my payphone. But anyway, you're not here to hear me beg for people to open up a payphone. So the name of this talk is Fuck Hacker Fucks. And I forget the second part, but I think you get it from just an audience bashing you get from the first part. And I've known Johannes I actually met Johannes right here in this room.
2006.
In 2006.
You were sitting in the first row, and you're like...
And I remember thinking, like, who is this Marxist? And doing all of these things. And then of course, since then, we've become...
Neo-Marxist, but let's...
Neo-Marxist. Of course, do not call a neo-Marxian Austrian a Marxist Austrian. Or I could just call you a German. How about that?
At least I'm not from Detroit. The bashing starts! The bashing starts!
No, this is good. But I mean, where else did I learn how to use reciprocating saws in subway stations? I mean, anybody from Detroit, because I was thinking okay, just quick audience poll.
But I mean, you get the reference. I mean, actually, I don't want to be Cleveland, but that's...
Yeah, poor Cleveland. So I think I actually was hearing hearing earlier on, people would come up to me. They think I know something. I had nothing to do with this conference. This year, I decided to take the year off, and people are asking me, "So Nick, what's up with that hacker roast that's happening at 1?" I said, I don't know. I haven't looked at the schedule. I'm trying to get my payphone open. And then I see Johannes, and Johannes says, "Oh, are you coming to my talk at 1?" And I'm like, "Yep, I knew exactly that." So Johannes has a portable microphone. He's going to be doing a very unconventional talk. It's his first talk without slides, actually. Is that right? That's true. That's true. Don't forget.
No, unicorns.
No, there will be unicorns. I promise you that.
No.
If we don't have any unicorns by 1:30, we will deliver unicorns.
You're not running the conference. You can't offer that.
It's the last day of the conference. I can offer whatever I want, because what are you going to do? Come find me tomorrow? All right, so he's going to be going throughout the audience. He has a lot of interesting stuff to say. The room's filling up. You guys know all the rules about aisles and stuff like that. If you have a free seat in the middle of the aisle, compress.
There's stuff here.
There's
Come forward. It might not help you anyway, because I might go to the back, but yeah.
Yeah, so if you're at all afraid of Johannes, he might come to you directly. So please, everybody, a huge, gigantic Hope X round of applause for Johannes.
Thank you. I'm actually not yet. Everyone, like the last 2 days, people came to me and said, like, I'm looking forward Sunday, the roast, the roast, the roast. I actually don't even know the cultural relevance of what a roast is. I Googled it and like, roasting. It's like when comedians like roast other comedians and this and that. Okay, I'll try my best. I'll try my best to tell you why I all hate you. Or no, actually, I only hate you a little bit. But okay, let's say I'm interested in the great dichotomies of life. I'm interested in black and white and cats and dogs and love and hate. And there's a little bit of hate in here today. The main reason why I'm here is because I've been part of the hacker community, although some people do not consider me part of the hacker community. They just like call me artist. They say, he's just the artist. He's like the crazy Austrian artist. But I've been part of the hacker community for quite some time, and there are some things that I just don't get. I just like, why is it happening all the time in the hacker community for 10 years now or 15 years now, and it's not changing. It's even getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And I want to spit it at you a little bit today. And then I'll feel better and get drunk. Okay, so first of all, the one thing that all hackers and hackresses should read, hacktrices or something, I don't know what the female version, hacktrices, I'll use that, is one book by a great, crazy German, and his name is Werner Herzog. Who knows Werner Herzog? Yeah, that's good. I love you already, you fuckers. Okay, so Werner Herzog is a great German director, and he made a couple of really great films, and one of those films is called Fitzcarraldo. You know Fitzcarraldo? Fitzcarraldo is one of the best films ever made.
And the making of Fitzcarraldo.
And the making of Fitzcarraldo. And this book in my hand is called Eroberung des Nutzlosen. That sounds like a war camp or something. No, it means, yeah, I'm from Austria. Austria is known for music and mass murder, so there you have it. Eroberung des Nutzlosen means the conquest of the useless. And it's a print of Werner Herzog's diary that he wrote while he shot Fitzcarraldo for like 2 or 3 years. The basic idea of Fitzcarraldo is that there is a guy played by Klaus Kinski, and that guy wants to build an opera house in the middle of the fucking jungle. And there we have the first hacker relevance here, like we are all people who want to build opera houses in the middle of the fucking jungle, yeah? So, some of us fail, some of us not, but that guy wants to build an opera house in the fucking jungle. He wants to do it with the money that he makes with rubber trades, but it doesn't really work. So he needs to drag a big boat, a ship, over a mountain range to another river. And that's the story of the film and how he tries to make money to build an opera house by dragging a ship over a mountain, yeah? And the problem is, or actually the greatness of that film is, that Werner Herzog not only shot a film about that, he did it. He dragged a ship over a mountain range in the middle of the fucking rainforest somewhere, yeah? And that's his diary, how he did that. read it, you will never be the same again, I have to say. I have to tell you, because that tells so much about passion, about love, about hate, also about like the very fascism we confront ourselves with, like when our dreams suddenly become kind of like what they not should be, like the opposite of dreams, nightmares, where we confront other people with our own dreams who became nightmares and that kind of stuff. So please read it, The Conquest of the Useless. That's my opening remark here for the so-called roast, or let's call it 2,000 calories of Alfredo. Okay, so the first thing I see going on, and especially in the last couple of years, hacker culture is interestingly dominated, let's not call it dominated, but obsessed. Obsessed with one thing, and it's martyrdom. Martyrdom, martyrdom, martyrdom. And martyrdom in a strange combination with stardom. There are people, I mean, you pretty much saw it yesterday with Snowden. Everyone was cramming their stupid bodies into this tiny little room over there to see a virtual presentation of a guy who said the same things that he says all the time. And, you know, yeah. But it's Snowden. It's Snowden. He's Snowden. Snowden, I love you. Make me a child. Really. It's really. The guy's nice. He did great things. But no one in the entire world deserves so much attention, really. No one, yeah? And I'm not saying that because I'm mean. I don't even know Snowden, yeah? I like what he did. The main problem with that kind of discourse, if you have really complex problems in our world, like the stuff with the NSA, like other stuff, we tend as human people to personify discourse. And that's what's most of the time not good for the discourse. It's not good for talking about things by talking about people who talk about things. Because you end up talking about the people, and the people are unimportant. Really, they are. Snowden is not important. What Snowden did is important, and what it cost. But Snowden is not Michael Jackson, and no one should be Michael Jackson. Really, no one. Because you see what happened to Michael Jackson? He killed himself, yes. The same is true for Assange. I think that Assange is one of the biggest assholes I know. He did some really great things. Yes, he did. But at one point, that fucker should have just like stepped off the stage. He should just have gone away and leave the project to itself and the other people running it and just take his fucking stupid face out of the equation, yeah? He should have done that, yeah? I have never met Assange, but I have a strange reaction to him appearing everywhere and everyone talking about him. The guy's a guy. It's like, I'm not hating him, not really, no. He's a guy who did something really important, but the problem was that the importance of the person Assange suddenly became bigger than WikiLeaks, and it actually killed WikiLeaks. And that's the biggest sin that was committed in this whole process. Of course, the media are part of that. The media want to personify discourse. They want to have the face of Assange and talk about Assange. They don't want to talk about WikiLeaks. They want to talk about Assange. They don't want to talk about the NSA. They want to talk about Snowden. They don't want to talk about CryptoLeaks. They want to talk about Applebaum! That's what they want to do. And I like Jake Applebaum, but fuck Applebaumics. Really, yeah. He's a good friend of mine. I mean, he was so big when I first met. He's like, nice guy, yeah? But no. Because there is something weird going on in our brains if too many people are running after a person and saying, Jake, it's so great. Jake is not Christ, yeah? But some people think that he's Christ. They're almost praying to him, and that's where the whole martyrdom comes in. Martyrdom is something that people really like. They like to be the martyrs. They like to be the ones who have the feeling. It's kind of like an exchange, it's a strange economy. It's like, I'm the martyr. I do all the wonderful things. I get kicked, I get fucked by the FBI and whoever else, but I'm doing it for you. I'm doing it for you. I'm your martyr, and I want to be loved by you, yeah? And that strange dynamic is going on all the time, everywhere, and it has to be stopped. And it can only be stopped by not running after those people. It's not giving them this, like the whole idea of the yes men is so interestingly contrived because the biggest yes men are the followers of the yes men. It's almost ironic, yeah. And the same thing is for people who are into dissent. I mean, even the website of Hope is presenting faces. It's presenting faces of people who we should worship because they did something really great. Yes, they did it, but actually the facts are important. What they want to do, the politics is important, and not who did that political thing. To a certain extent, I mean, I don't want to go into details here, but there are many things like that, Martin Luther King Day and that kind of stuff. I mean, we have an urge to do something. We want to thank someone for doing something really great. In the end, some people know Martin Luther King, but they don't know what he did. And that's not how it should happen. 1 second. Okay, so we like worshiping. We shouldn't. It's a person-centric debate. We discuss the fallacies of people at certain points, like Assange is the best example, when we should talk about the project itself. It's a debate about single people when it should be a debate about content and about theory and about themes. It's actually anti-topic. It's quite easy to not reflect on topics when you talk about people. Dissidents as heroes is okay. I mean, people do great things, and that's perfect. But the problems with the very notion of heroism is a problem. It's a very, I mean, I'm using the term now, and you probably will misunderstand it because I'm a European leftist, but I don't like liberals. Liberal discourse means that there are certain liberal virtues. You know, there is, the hero is a very liberal virtue. The hero is someone we have to thank for doing something. The hero is a really crazy narrative because the hero is like a one person, and that one person does something really great. And it's like, you know, like Frodo, yeah? Everyone is talking about Frodo, yeah? Nobody's talking about the other hobbits, and you know, like a struggle is always a struggle of people and groups, and usually not the struggle of one single person. Even the whole discourse about Aaron Schwartz that is really, really super tragic is actually a discourse about the whole scene and people who did not support him or supported him or whatever it is. Yeah, of course it can be transported over the person very tragically, but that's not how it should be. So the story of the hero narrative is destroying a lot of good stuff out there. The same stuff is going on when, especially in the US, all the debates about, I should move around. Yeah, so all the debates in the US are factually, in the US hacker scene, are, am I breaking your necks? Is it okay? Turn on. Move the chairs if you like. You can do that. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. That's good. That's good. That's good. She got it! Yes, she got it. Okay. And it is about freedom. It's about the wonderful terms we have here. Freedom and liberty and constitution and we the citizens and all that kind of stuff. The main problem is that all those words mean nothing. In fact, they're all bourgeois crap. What is liberty? What is a freedom? Where is it? What's a fucking constitution? Can someone really explain what the fucking constitution is to me? The main problem is that we are, especially in the hacker scene, we like to point that out. I am a citizen. The NSA is doing bad things against me. I'm a citizen of the US. Nobody gives a shit, really. It's a fucking state in a fucking capitalist system. That's what it is. Yeah. What do you expect to happen? Yeah. Of course, you can say like, I'm a citizen. I'm a proud citizen of the U.S. and I don't like what the NSA did to me. Yeah. Yes. I mean, you know, like capitalism is 200 years old and it fucked everything up ever since. The very notion of freedom does not exist. The very moment I have to earn money to live makes me unfree. I'm unfree from the very second that I get born, you know? And fighting for something like freedom is almost like fighting for, I don't know, what is it? It is a strange term. we want freedom, we want liberty, we want the upholding of the Constitution. All of that stuff is just like that's templates, you know, like don't use those stupid templates. Nobody needs them, yeah? Talk about the basics. Talk about what that freedom means to you. And most people that I talk to find out that they actually don't mean what other people mean with freedom. Because I could talk to you and you say a completely different definition of what he believes is freedom than she believes that freedom is, yeah? And most discourses, especially in the hacker scene, are about words and terms and beliefs, and I could guarantee you half of the people in this room here do not agree with the other half of the room when they talk about terms like liberty and freedom and constitution and rights. I'm pretty sure about that, yeah? So we have to go back to the basics. It's not that easy. It's not that easy, and sometimes hackers make it very easy for themselves. Okay, so the next one is that hackers have a strange ignorance towards history. Many, many, many have. There is a narrow-sightedness, I would call it. Many people, especially young hackers, are not interested in what happened in the 90s, are not interested in what happened in the 70s. The whole debate about hackerspaces, I wrote a stupid pamphlet about it a couple of years ago. Of course, it didn't change anything. But hackerspaces are pretty much as a concept as old as the 1950s and 1960s, yeah? Still, people believe that they are reinventing the wheel. They believe that all the stuff that's happening right now, that like hackerspaces are like sausage fests with like 95% whale fuckers in there, yeah? Male fuckers, not whale fuckers, of course. Whale fuckers maybe, yeah? That's like, I mean, there is a background to that. It's not that that background is naturally rooted in hacker culture. Some of it is, yeah, but I mean, we live in a fucking patriarchy, that's why, yeah? And that's why certain jobs and certain segments of society are highly male-dominated, some are highly female-dominated, and this and that. And that. I'm not even talking about like transgender and oh my God, yeah. So the problem is that the historical dimensions of our movement, of the hacker movement, is most of the time completely ignored by hackers. Hackers are a subculture, or think they are a subculture, but never think about, I mean, it's almost like someone doesn't know the dead Kennedys and likes punk nowadays. I mean, who likes punk nowadays anyways? But that's the problem. So like, yeah, I don't know the dead Kennedys. Why should I know the dead Kennedys? Is any importance? I like guitars. Yeah, but that's boring. That's boring and doesn't lead us anywhere. Okay, so on the positive side, I have to say there's a reduction, I have to see in the last couple of years, of stupid infights. So you don't see people anymore walking around and like, I do not talk to you because you use Red Hat and I use SUSE or something like that. So like that kind of stuff is actually getting smaller and smaller and smaller, that like Linux distribution infights and that kind of bullshit, yeah? At the same time, I have to say, it transcended into something even worse, that people sometimes have quarrels about that they don't, like, if I would not understand the joke on your t-shirt, you would suddenly have like a grudge against me. I really had that a couple of times, that people like, they were showing off their shirts, or I looked at their shirts, and I didn't understand it, and they would pretty much like walk away. Why is that? It's strange because, and the very core of that thing is that hacker culture and hackers like to create their specialness or their elitism in strange ways. And sometimes that elitism is even played out with jokes, you know, like, I get the joke, you don't get the joke, I'm better than you, okay? And that's not how it should be. So the t-shirt joke uproar, I would call it. It's in a certain way a misunderstanding of the concept of underground and subversion. Many hackers think that they are subversive, that they are underground. In fact, I actually believe, and I'm almost sure, that hacker culture is no underground or alternative culture anymore. Hacker culture is pretty much mainstream. Hacker culture and nerd culture is mainstream. Maybe alternative mainstream, but it is mainstream. What emerges out of that problem, that you are part of a group of people that thinks it is underground, but actually got up to a point that they're at least alternative mainstream, is a problem in how the scene sees itself. an example. There's an example in Germany. It's a completely different field, and you don't know that guy, so I don't even name him. It's a German comedian, and that comedian was really popular in the 1980s. And he was a high critic of alternative mainstream culture, and he attacked that. So he was attacking the Greens in Germany, for example. I think his basic shtick was back to plastic or something like that. So he was, like he turned the stuff around. He was criticizing liberal mainstream for how hypocritical it was. Yeah, that guy is in the meantime one of the biggest and most important comedians in Germany, doing the same jokes like 30 years ago. For example, he's doing like pretty much racist jokes about Polish people and stuff like that. And he's doing that, of course, because he makes meta jokes about that we should not make jokes about Polish people, but he's making fun about people who make jokes about Polish people, but 95% of the audience just like don't get the meta. They just think he's making fun about Polish people. And that's a little bit the problem of subculture and subcultural discourses and grammars when they emerge into mainstream culture. It's that you have to change the perspective how to speak and how to act and what your privilege is. Your privilege check as a subculture is different than when you're actually getting into the mainstream culture. And we are pretty much mainstream. I mean, with like Snowden and Assange and all that stuff going on, the world is looking at us and what we are doing, and we should behave in a way like we are not in a punk club anymore. So if we compare the hacker scene with a punk club, we're not in a punk club anymore, and there are certain rules of behavior and certain rules of how we speak as groups and as individuals in the hacker community. It doesn't work anymore. It doesn't translate anymore. And that translation period is really, really harsh sometimes. Some elements of the whole misogyny and sexism in nerd cultures is part of that scene. The whole debate at the Chaos Communication Congress the last 2 years and DEF CON about creeper cards and all that kind of stuff. I'm not getting into details about that. But the main problem is that if people within the hacker community criticize things within the hacker community, they are being in a certain way outcast. They're outcastify people. Yeah? That means, oh, you're criticizing the hacker scene. You are running around with creeper cards. Although those people were part of the scene, suddenly members of the scene said, no, they're not, they're outsiders. So we are part of this group called hackers, and people come into this group and criticize us for things, but they're not even us. So it's kind of like this process of like creating external enemies, and that's quite easy if you have the feeling that you are part of this like elitist small underground culture. It's quite easy to blame people from outside. They are attacking us. People want to destroy our way of life. They want to destroy our beliefs. They want to do this and that and blah blah blah. And of course, most of the time that's just not true. But it's this like standard way that like in the punk club, if like people come into the door and they don't look like punks, the punks will look at them and say like, what the fuck are you doing here? Yeah? In the meantime, so like punks could at the same time not look like punks. You know what I mean? It's like the appearance, how we are, how we behave is not we're not a homogeneous scene. So please be aware of that. Okay. Next one. Thank you. Yeah. To a certain extent, sometimes we're fighting the wrong enemies. So sometimes within the scene, there are things going on that are sometimes worth fighting, but those fights are not being fought because there is a strange, like, no, we shouldn't do that. I mean, I would call that, sometimes we have to stick it to the stall man. Let's call it that way, yeah? So, the way is, sometimes it's really more important to have a discussion within the scene than, like in a political way, it's like, people like to run around with big banners saying, I hate George W. Bush. Of course, no problem. Yeah, it's a quite easy way to do that. If people like to criticize stuff that's easy to criticize, and you criticize that stuff easily because you have a consent in the community. Sometimes there is consent in the community and about things, and that's the stuff we like to talk about because we want to like tap on each other's shoulder and say like, ah, that's really nice. It's really great that you also hate George W. Bush. That's great, yeah. Sometimes it's probably better to talk about other things that maybe generate a little bit more drama and friction, but that's, I think, important, and that's why I would call that the Stallman problem. Okay, so the non-reflection of privileges, we definitely still have to talk about that, about ethnical problems, social and class problems, especially also class problems, and the problems of knowledge. Let's call it that way, that hacker culture is a culture that is based on knowing things. We are all people, we're all clever people, we have our levels of knowledge and things that we are pretty much like experts in. A problem emerges if that expertdom is being played out as elitism. And that's like one of the main problems, I think, in hacker culture is that the privilege of knowing something is exploited many, many, many times. So in hacker spaces, I've seen it many times. Hacker spaces should actually work as education centers, where I go because I want to learn something, and people are there that I can learn from, and the other way around. Most of the time, it's the same with like the t-shirt joke. It's like, I'm just taking something really silly. I know Python. Huh? What have you got? Huh? That way, so that this difference of knowledge is not something positive in a way that I know something I want to teach you, and you know something and you teach me, but suddenly it's a currency. It's a currency, and that currency creates mini stars, and that all ends up with Applebaum. No, not really with Applebaum, but you know where I get to, yeah? That you have like a strange form of meritocracy that is based on elitism. Like in Wikipedia, for example, I always say Wikipedia is the world's biggest multiplayer game. And it's about hierarchical elitism, yeah? Wikipedia does not work because people want to extend the knowledge of the planet. It exists because they want to fuck people over. That's why, yeah? It's because there are rules in the game, and you can win the game, and you can outsmart other people and delete other people's pages, etc., etc., etc. So there's a certain gamification going on in Wikipedia, and that same gamification is sometimes going on in the hacker scene, and it ends up in like, look at my schlong! No, it should not happen that way. So there is a certain, I have to say, closeness of hackdom to capitalist structures, of course. I mean, that's important for me because I'm a neo-Marxist, but what can I say? That it is no problem that like a security engineer, for example, is working for Google and at the same time is writing codes for the community and for the hacker scene. I mean, on the one hand, it's not a big deal. I mean, people have to make a living. They have to work, especially in a high technical field. People have to do that. At the same time, that like kind of like being with one leg in one completely different field of life and with one leg in another one is sometimes a strange twist, I have to say. So some people do really horrifying things in their day job, and they try to do the super good things in the hacker community, and sometimes I've seen people being ripped apart by that. It's really, some people don't manage well in that differentiation of their, like, let's call it the schizophrenia of the tech world, yeah? So be aware of that. I mean, I know that cannot be stopped because people have to earn a living in some way, and I don't think that we will abolish wage slavery in the near future. But just like if you think about that, like try to analyze yourself or psychoanalyze yourself. What is really going on in your brain when you're working at Google, if you work at Google, and when you're going to Hope? Is this the same person? What's going on? I think postmodern theory can help a lot about like the fragmentation of modern brains. And I think about that a little bit. There is the paper. One element, for example, I've seen is the whole Elon Musk thing that happened a couple of weeks ago when Elon Musk was giving away like patents for free. It's like he was opening the patents for certain energy cells for blah blah blah. I don't know. Yeah, I could not believe how like everyone, Elon Musk is a hero. He's so great. He's opening like he's giving away for free the stuff that he could make money with, like this patent, blah 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 blah. I mean, Elon Musk is great and he will bring us to space, but he's a fucker, yeah, really. I mean, he created fucking PayPal. I mean, remember, yes, I know it's cool. He builds rockets and we all want to fly to space because we're all individualists. Yes, we know, yeah. I like rockets. I like that, yeah. But that guy is not a good one. He is not a good one. He is not good. That doesn't mean that NASA is good, yeah. But he's not a good one, yeah. Okay, so please tame it down a little bit. When someone does something that fits into your mind and into your belief system, but not really, no, that guy gave away a patent. But most of the time, I think you would not agree with what he thinks and does, okay? So please be aware that it's just like, I would call it, sometimes alliances suck, and don't go into those alliances, even if it's only in your brain, yeah? Elon Musk is not cool just because he gave a patent away for free, okay? In the same way like Greenwald, for example. Greenwald, nice guy, does great things. At the same time, that guy is a blatant, open perpetrator because he thinks that the wall between Mexico and the US is necessary and he's defending it. I mean, I'm not for a wall between Mexico and the US. I'm against walls. I'm an anti-nationalist. And in the same way, so that stuff, I mean, Greenwald, nice, yeah, but please, the whole martyr thing and the whole stardom thing, like, no. Please disagree with the people that you like as often as possible. Challenge them, yeah? Like, so if Greenwald is doing one of his interview sessions again or this and that and blah, 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 it's just like ask about the wall. Tell me about the wall. And yeah, so, okay. So there are sometimes very monothematic causal chains that I really don't get. And that's maybe also related to the whole thing of like no history or historylessness, or people are not interested in complex things that go on, and sometimes it's really just easier to believe that 9/11 was an inside job. No, it was not. But you know, we like easy solutions and we like to form alliances with people we should actually sometimes not do. Even now, I'll just like say it again. I know that Israel can be really fucky, yeah? But that's not why you should be on the side of Hamas, you know. It's you know, that's the point, yeah? It's just like no, it's weird liberal brains do weird things. And I do not understand them sometimes. Okay, so misogyny and exclusionism, check. Especially hackerspaces, check. Information-based economy, I talked about that a little bit. It's not about education, it's about elitism. Break it down. Teaching versus show-off, I already talked about that before. The sloppiness of definitions. I like definitions because without definitions, we are in the vast field of the structurelessness, the tyranny of the structurelessness. For example, for me, there is a significant difference between a hackerspace, a makerspace, a fab lab, and a co-working space. There is a difference, yeah. There is a difference. And no, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing to call it a makerspace than calling it a hackerspace, or calling it a fab lab, or, my God, a co-working space. Don't touch that name. Don't touch it. Please do not, yeah. They're different things. It's just like, it's like saying like, yeah, you know, like, Marxism is like, I don't know, but yeah, something. It's probably more like Trotskyists are not Leninists or something like that, but that would be a little bit more to debate right now. But anyhow, what I mean with that is, please be careful in your discussions and how you present yourself, because everything you say is generating an effect. One example, we would not have the debate about privacy and email if email would have been called e-postcards from the very beginning. You know, that's the problem. By calling something, you evoke an image in your mind, and mail is something that's protected. But no, I mean, there is a difference between mail and email, yeah? And just by calling it email doesn't mean, like, people think that email is secure, but of course it's not. But people think it's secure because it's called email. Or the same thing, like global warming. If we would have called it atmosphere cancer from the very beginning, we would not have the debate right now. So be careful how you call things, because that stuff might stick forever, yeah? Like that stupid term of the black hole. Yeah, someone came up with the term black hole. It's not black, you know, it's whatever, yeah? So, especially in a field like yours, where every day stuff is being created, invented, named, just like don't call it Doge something. But like think about what the name of something means to people and what it conveys and what it will probably mean in 10 years and not now, okay? So I know memes are really nice and so, but I know that dogs will be really nice still in 10 years, but I know, yeah. Okay, good. Well, what do we have here? The sloppiness of definitions in all forms. The generational change I've seen, like coming to Hope, for example, in the last 10 years, there's something going on that there is, like new people are coming in, and new people, young people, are adopting bad patterns that are emerging, and let's say that way. I think that the hierarchies in the hacker scene are generally, they were pretty flat, just like 15, 20 years ago, but because there are more people and because people like to organize themselves, the hierarchies are getting a little bit more steeper. That's also related to the whole elitism thing and that I know more than you and blah, blah, blah. Try to fight it as much as possible. I know that there are certain things, certain hierarchies have to be kept up, and it would be bad to not keep them because then we end up in the tyranny of the structurelessness. That's actually a term from the 1970s feminist movement, where feminist groups were falling apart because they couldn't agree on rules and rule sets. And because they tried to kind of like ban the man because they thought that having rules in a group would actually mean that we invited the man into our group. But that's not true. I mean, people need certain rule sets, need certain sets of behaviors. And if those behaviors are broken in some way, then of course we can negotiate about that, but it's okay to have structures. That's not the big problem. Some hierarchies and some structures that just emerge are bad. And that should not happen. And I've seen many, many young people run around and ask for this and do that and blah, 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 blah. And some of them, like sometimes they ask crazy things that I do not know why they're asking. Also, for example, in the Viennese hackerspace, there are sometimes 15, 16-year-old people coming, and they are adopting behaviors and things that are not inherent in the scene, that should not be part of the scene, that are just like strange side effects that I'm criticizing, but they believe that is how the hacker scene works. And they adopt that and they keep on breeding it, let's call it that way. So think about the stuff that you're doing wrong and try to not teach people who come into the scene the same wrong beliefs and the same wrong things, yeah? Sometimes, of course, you have to be self-aware about that kind of stuff, yeah? But still, you are really teaching the next generation of people of our community, and sometimes you're doing it wrong, and that's not good. How much time do I have left, actually? I don't know. Okay, I'm ready. I'm going fast. Anti-theory. I don't get why so many hackers are so anti-theory. Is anyone actually in here, like, please, who says, like, I don't know, I'm not interested in theory. I don't think that theory helps me in my life and helps the hacker community. Anyone here? Please do so, if you think so. What? I mean, okay, good. A solutionist. He is a solutionist. I think it's way more here, and you just don't know what I'm speaking of, I guess. So what I mean is that, especially if, in the hacker community, there's a certain tendency to get shit done. Yeah, but sometimes it's good to think about the stuff before getting it done. And that's what I would call a solutionist. And sometimes that term is also used in a different form. It's called the doocracy. Yeah? The people who do something are the one who are in charge. You know how inherently fascist that is. just because I'm doing something I'm right, that's not true. That is not true. It is complete and utter bullshit. Yeah. And I know because it's also a perspective of privilege, because in a hackerspace, for example, it could mean just because I have more time than you, because I have a better job than you, I can spend more time at a hackerspace. What? And no children, etc., etc., etc. That's all privilege. And that means like I run the bureaucracy because I'm privileged. And no! No! No, 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 no. So solutionists mean like, sometimes really, read Foucault sometimes, please. Who has read Foucault here? Good, 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 good. Do it. I'm not talking about Foucault and his fucking pendulum, you know, that's a different Foucault, yeah? I'm talking about Michel Foucault, a French philosopher, who did a lot of research and thinking about power structures and hierarchies and the state of, primarily, of course, like France and the Western society in the 70s, because he died in the early 1980s. But still, Foucault has a couple of really good points that would solve many, many of our problems here in hackerspaces, in the community, if we would all have read it. So, I mean, I think there should be something like a mandatory reading list of theory for every hacker and hacktress out there, I think. There are like probably 20 books. It probably takes you like half a year to read them, but you should. And I might at one point just like make that list and spit it in your face. But I was always thinking you can find it yourself. I want to let you do it yourself, but I think I have to do that. And I don't like it, but whatever, yeah? So, anti-theory, reflection is bad, a dead end of awareness, blah, 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 blah. But drama is important. I know that many people here don't like drama, and there's always the whole thing like Noise Bridge is horrible, 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 Noise Bridge, you have all the drama all the time, and the drama, 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 drama. I think most of the time, when something is called drama, it just means that someone who doesn't think the topic is important is calling it drama. If there is like some misogyny going on, oh, drama, 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 yeah. No, no, it's not drama. It's just like, there has to be a discourse before you call something drama, yeah? What I mean is, what is important, and it's why I adopt the term drama in a positive sense. I like drama. I embrace drama because drama means friction, and friction means debate, and debate means talking to each other, and not just like sitting on your computers in a hackerspace where you should actually do something together, yeah? So debate equals drama for me because it's generating friction, and I know sometimes people get burnt, but people do not only get burnt in the hacker scene, it's pretty much everywhere. It's a human, you know, like human or fuckers, deal with it, okay, yeah? Sometimes you have to deal more with it than other times, but just see that you are people within a social field, and I know for many people that social field is a conundrum, and they do not understand it. It's not even an excuse to say that that you have Asperger's or something like that. Sometimes not even like non-Aspergers don't understand what's going on, but just like deal with it, you know. Kristen Stubbs gave a great talk yesterday about her being a sex geek. It's like, just like sometimes think about, just behave in a normal way and deal with people in a normal way that you would, you know, it's not that hard, just like, hello. No? The first step, not, no, no. Good. Okay, hello is a good start. So drama is important because it's dynamic, and what we need in the scene is dynamics. It's not a problem that some people don't like a hackerspace, create their own hackerspace, have a feminist hackerspace, whatever it is. That's all emergence out of drama, out of friction, because you never know. Like in Vienna, for example, there is a new feminist hackerspace, and most of those members of the feminist hackerspace are actually returning to the other hackerspace now, because they are actually missing the debate. They are missing that they can change a system from within and are trying to do that. So just because there is like splitting up of groups or something like that, that's not per se a problem. The problem emerges if the solidarity between those groups completely evaporates. So you can have a different task, you can have different important things in your life, but just like keep in mind that, I mean, individualism is really nice and really important, especially in the US, but there is also solidarity, and solidarity is one of the founding moments, I think, of hacker culture. We are a group that is dependent on each other. And do not forget that. We are almost a union for the good in the world, so please do that. Please, please do that. So, drama, blah, 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 the Chinese, the blindness of the peers, let's call it that way, that's a side effect, and a bad effect of that is that try to not see the peer group you're in as something so important that you abandon other things. So like, kind of like the whole Nazi problem, you know? The völkische movement. We should not be a völkische movement. So it's just because you're part of a scene doesn't mean you have to defend that scene at any cost. You should not do that, yeah? Okay? I mentioned that before in the case of like the creeper card incidents and all this. Even calling it creeper card incidents is really strange actually, yeah? But 5 minutes, okay? So be aware that there should be active dissent within the community, and not just like, we're not dissenting as a community against the evil in the world. Sometimes the evil in the world is right in our midst, and we should sometimes see that. Sometimes it's even ourselves and we don't see it. So if someone criticizes you for something that you did, don't just like freak out and say like, no, you're wrong and I do whatever I like. And I know it, like some hackers think they are the big anarchists of the world, and then they're just like stupid libertarians. It's always, whatever. So reputation in the hacker scene is, to a certain extent, everything, and also nothing. So don't be so keen on your high reputation. Individualism is good, but don't forget solidarity. I mentioned that already. And as my last point is, I know we can have lots of debates. I mean, I have a different political view than many of you probably have. I think that the one thing, I mean, he's a good friend of mine, but I still would call it the repetism. It is like, try to be not too ideologically flexible in your belief system. So try to stick with what you're doing, yeah? I mean, of course, everyone can change his or her mind whenever they like to, yeah? But it's kind of strange that some people like have like a certain mindset and suddenly flip it. Like, I'm like, wow, why? Why was going on here? Without having any self-reflection about that stuff, yeah? Or that they are, I don't know. So I have to say, in a certain, let's call that also the friendly fuckover. So sometimes there are so many friendly fuckovers that I want to puke, okay? So try to be consistent a little bit sometimes, and make it easier for you and other people. Especially that's connected to the whole reputation thing. Like I understand if people want to make money. I understand that people want to create companies and this and that and blah, blah, blah. I understand that people want to protect things they created. But if you create something as part of a group, especially, for example, a hackerspace or an open source project, I mean, please have a debate internally. We all know that the open source scene and certain like collective processes, yeah, collective processes create friction in the sense of that people usually do not talk about who owns it. You know, of course, officially nobody owns that. Nobody owns an open source project, but people in their minds and in their thinking of it and how they perceive a project have a clear vision of that. Many people say like, I did most of that fucking kernel, yeah? And the problem starts if another person says like, no, you didn't. So really, like economy, especially economy of like social economy, is important. And talk about that beforehand, because that stuff ends up in fights that are really horrifying and don't help anyone, is sometimes killing really wonderful projects. If you deal with that beforehand, it's almost like having sex. It's good to talk about something before you have sex. Well, while having sex, finding out that the other person does not want to be strangled, you might run into difficulties. So, before you start an open source project or any kind of collaborative project, talk about if the people want to get strangled. Yeah? Set up a rule set, how you are going to do that. It's so important. That's one of the most important things you can do in an open source project, is talking about who wants to invest, what time, what energy, how should the project end up, how much time do we give each other. You know, everything that should take 2 days takes 2 years. It's, you know, yeah, that kind of stuff. So please, I think I'll end here with my little rant, and thank you that you're still here and don't feel too offended, hopefully. Thank you very much.
It's always a pleasure, even when there are no unicorns. Johannes Grensfurthner. So thank
there
you
are
all.
unicorns.
I need to send you my talk. We were totally talking about the same stuff, from Stallman to Pettis to everything. It was really funny. So, yeah, we were. That's probably just because we're both Marxists. I don't agree with you on Foucault, though. We had a theoretical argument.
Who would you put on your reading list?
Latour.
Latour!
Latour! Probably Desserteau. Also
that French fucker!
Desserteau as well. Bitches don't know about my theories, bitches!
La voiture rouge!
I'm really big into introducing the word fuck into academic discourse as much as is humanly possible. But that's why I'm not in academia anymore. They didn't want me. Stick around. We got some more. No, we could continue. I just think that Foucault doesn't really have. He doesn't allow for agency. Where is his allowance for agency?
But what's really important about Foucault is like the whole discourse about power and power structures.
It's true. It's useful.
Really wonderful and really useful.
But we must not treat it as inescapable, I think, at any point in time. And actually, it's more Desserteau who comes out against Foucault, because Desserteau says you can always poach at the edges of the king's domain.
Okay,
you can always poach.
We should have a date at Olive Garden.
We should have a date at Olive Garden. Best place for academic discourse. I need to write that. What was it that he said a second ago? Like, when you start an open source project, find out if your partner wants to be strangled. Thank you. Thank you. Is T Profit in the room? Do we have a T? There's T Profit. All right. That wasn't me. There's some sort of rumbling. I think what we have on the wheels of steel on the decks right now is a lot of open source music, because I think we decided that when our videos get put up on YouTube, we don't want them being taken down for stupid copyright claims. So you might inquire if you like what you've been hearing. Ask what it is. Go support some open source musicians. I certainly do. I think they're great. So that's the thing. What? Maybe go ask the AV guys, like stop by the AV booth if there's a little space around them, let them do their jobs, because they're good folks and they need to get things done. Your laptop, do you have let's see, do we have the cord for you? It's here, there we go. Okay. Oh, hi, Mark. I'm hearing some echoes in the audience. Some people have caught my disease. Our next speaker has been writing the Telecom Informer column for 2600 magazine for 22 years. He has been recently working on a blog entitled C31B, and so he's going to be talking to us about how to hack travel. T-Profit.
Wow, I thought I might have 3 people in the audience. You guys do know I'm up against some like fuzzing talk, right? Anyway, thanks so much for coming. I'd like to talk today a little bit about something that's very different than what I've covered in previous HOPE conferences. As you may know, I cover telecommunications and surveillance a lot, and basically the guy who was on at 2 p.m. yesterday is a pretty tough act for me to follow. He knows way more than I do, and we all do as well now. In the column, the Telecom Informer, I've actually been covering, if you're a 2600 reader, you've probably noticed over the last 5 years or so that I've been covering a lot of stuff, outside of the United States, because I've been living abroad. My life's goal was to visit all 7 continents, and I traveled a lot anyway in, seeking the furtherance of that goal. But I also lived and worked in Beijing from 2010 to 2013, and so that got me the opportunity to not only see a lot of really cool stuff around Asia and also around the world, but I also, because I wanted to get out of Beijing very often, the air is really bad there, had to learn a lot about how to do that on a salary that was a Chinese salary. I didn't make a big Western salary. I was making, some pretty small money in China. And so I had to do all of the travel that I wanted to do pretty much on a budget. After I left Beijing, I went for an MBA of all of the crazy things. And so I lived and studied in the Netherlands last year and also spent 4 months in Costa Rica. So I got to travel around quite a bit in Europe and in Central America. And one thing that, really I'd like to speak to anybody here who's, 18 years old and has never left the country really. My first big international trip was a mistake fare. I went to Japan when I was a freshman in college. I told my roommates that I was going to Japan for the weekend, and they all thought I was kidding. And actually, I did go to Japan, and it was $200. It was $299 Canadian. That's back when $1 US bought you, $1.50 Canadian, and that was actually a really eye-opening experience. I mean, the fact that you can actually travel for little or nothing if you just think like a hacker. So this is a map of where I've gone so far in 2014. I am not really happy about my carbon footprint, but I have managed to see quite a bit so far. This is my first round the world trip this year. I have another one scheduled in a couple of months that cost me very little. It was $219 roughly all in. So some interesting places I've been. I don't really hopefully need to establish a lot of credibility around this, but in case you don't know me, I've been everywhere from Toadsuck, Arkansas, that's a real place, to Antarctica, and of course I've spent a lot of time, although not nearly as much time as Edward Snowden, in the Sheremetyevo airport transit zone. So, pictures are worth 1,000 words. It's really fun to hang out with penguins, and here's me with a North Korean admiral, of all things, in Pyongyang. And this is the police officer who arrested me in Armenia, but actually, it all worked out in the end because I'm here and not in an Armenian prison. So what is travel hacking? So travel hacking is really, I view it pretty broadly. If you're doing something that most people don't do when they travel, you mind if I adjust this microphone? Let's see, that may work a little better. There's a few different things you can do around travel hacking that a lot of people are doing, but I don't want you to think that this is the only thing that you can do with travel hacking. There's actually a lot of stuff that's undiscovered, and actually, if you put your mind to it, and you start really learning about how this stuff works, you're going to find stuff that I'm not talking about here. In fact, I found stuff I'm not talking about here because this is going to be on the internet, and well, anyway, you know what happens after that. So mistake fares. What's a mistake fare? It's when an airline publishes fares, humans do that, and humans unfortunately tend to be error prone. So sometimes somebody will make a mistake and $599, which would have still been a cheap fare to Tokyo, becomes $299 Canadian, which is like 200 US dollars when I did it. Mistake fares happen more often than you might think. They usually don't last very long. They get caught very quickly. So if you find a mistake fare, if you find a fare that you think is probably a mistake and you think you might want to take that trip, buy it right now. That fare will not last. Some routing tricks. So there's some, I'll get into this more and show you guys some pictures of things you can do, but there's actually some things you can do that are creative with routing where, for example, if you stop in a city for less than 24 hours, that's not considered a stopover. So if you're flying Cathay Pacific, you can have a whole day in Hong Kong if you plan your flights right. That's a routing trick, and it actually would cost you a lot of money for a stopover if you had a 24-hour or greater stopover. So, that's just one example of routing tricks. There are others that you can do. Frequent flyer program loopholes. So there are a lot of ways to get miles that aren't necessarily what the airlines actually had in mind. And if you follow the rules and you don't commit any fraud, you actually can rack up a huge number of miles, which many people think are useless, but actually they're pretty useful. By the way, for those of you guys in the back, there's there's a few seats in the front, so feel free to move up if you'd like. Credit card bonuses. So if you sign up for a credit card, that's probably around the right number of people for the seats we've got. So credit card bonuses. If you sign up for a new credit card, a lot of the time you can get some bonus miles. Banks are trying to hit numbers, which is something I learned a lot about in business school. And so if you look toward the end of business quarters, there are sometimes some fairly crazy deals that you can get, for frequent flyer bonus miles, but you have a very limited time to sign up for them. And, there's really, like I said, a lot more. Think like a hacker when you're approaching travel. I know that's like a dangerous thing to say, right? Because given the security climate around travel, thinking like a hacker can sometimes get you in trouble. But when it comes to getting a good deal, you're not going to get in any trouble, and you might actually be able to visit somewhere really cool. So what do I think makes a really awesome travel hack? Something that allows you to travel for little or nothing, I think, is a really awesome hack. Now, one thing you'll find if you go searching around for travel hacks on your favorite search engine is a lot of hacks that I don't think are really hacks. They're fake hacks. Even airlines publish them and call them hacks. They have guerrilla marketing teams. So something that makes you pay more isn't a hack. Actually, so you get an upgraded room or whatever if you pay a higher price, or you may get an upgraded room because May is like the king of weasel words when it comes to the travel industry. Those things aren't hacks. Little or nothing, that's my baseline. Yours may be different. I know a lot of people think I'm crazy to fly around in economy class the way that I do, and they would never consider anything other than a lie flat seat. Octal. But for most of us, travel in the back of the plane is okay, and if you're doing it for free, that's even better. So another awesome thing that makes an awesome travel hack is a travel hack that you can't actually get in trouble for or be taken away from you. And so what do I mean by that? It's legal under the contract and it's legal under the rules, so it can't actually be rescinded later. So one thing that airlines love to do is if there's a mistake, they try any possible way to weasel out of actually having to honor the deal. And this is, something that if you wanted to get out of a contract with an airline, you wouldn't be able to do. So don't feel bad if you find anything that's completely legal under the contract that you can hold an airline to. So what's legal under a contract, generally speaking? Sometimes there's every airline publishes this thing called a contract of carriage, and it's pages and pages and pages, and most of it is references other parts of the same contract, and it's really confusing. And things tend to be pretty broadly worded in it. So essentially, a contract of carriage says we can do whatever the hell we want anytime we want, and so you can't really rely on their contract of carriage to account for much. in most cases. But there is something that's really important in the contract of carriage that actually does matter, and that's you're going to pay us money and we're going to give you transportation to, the place that you paid us money to take you to. That's essentially what the contract, what they have to give you in the contract. They may actually take you on different flights or send you on a different airline or like send you on a different day even. But they do have to give you transportation in exchange for the money that you gave them. So as long as the fare is at least $1, then basically you entered a contract. That contract of carriage applies. So if they try to say it was a misprint or something, well, it's plausible that fares are $1, like they actually are in Europe on a fairly regular basis, plus a whole bunch of fees. But, airlines here have a whole bunch of fees too. So maybe they're running a promotion. You don't have any, it's not credible to say that it was a misprint anymore if the fare was $1 or more. So you can actually hold them to it. What are the exceptions? Well, if it's a frequent flyer program hack, there was one with United where people were buying tickets that, business class tickets to Europe for far more miles than they were supposed to be. Well, miles are a different ballgame because those are entirely administered by the airline. They can essentially do whatever they want. So if there's a misprint in a frequent flyer program, probably the airline is fully within its rights not to honor it, and generally they won't if they find out. So keep it below the radar. Don't go bragging on the internet if you find some crazy frequent flyer hack, and there are crazy frequent flyer hacks out there. I'm using one to Turkey, which probably I shouldn't talk about in more detail. Don't want it taken away. It's like it's not illegal to do these things because, if they publish something and it's a misprint and you buy it, that's you haven't committed any crime, but they might take away your ticket and just refund your miles, and they can totally do that. But when you paid cash money for a ticket, there's no getting out of it. Like if you want to get out of that $150 change fee or now $250 change fee, or with Delta like fully non-refundable, like not even with a change fee, you can't get out of it. So don't let them get out of the mistake that they made. Another criteria for awesome travel hacks, something that isn't well known. So there's a lot of stuff that's really well known. If you search travel hacking, which many of you may be doing right now on your laptops, you're going to find a whole bunch of really well-known stuff. And if it's something you developed that isn't well known, that's an awesome travel hack because it means it won't get shut down anytime soon, probably. And the last one, and I think this is actually the most important one, it takes you, you're going somewhere for free, right? You're going somewhere for free in a way that you can't be shut down. And it's a place that you actually want to go where it's safe. So if you find an awesome travel hack that will take you to San Pedro Sula, Honduras, you might not want to go there because they have the highest murder rate in the world. Like it's not a safe place at all. If you're going to Kinshasa in Congo, probably the same. And if you find a great spring fair to the Caribbean, well, there are always great spring fairs to the Caribbean because they have hurricanes there and nobody wants to be there then. So don't be dodging bullets or hurricanes when you make a travel hack that actually might not have been such a good deal. So let's talk a little bit about mistake fares. I already talked to this some, but occasionally a mistake fare will happen. In the past year, this has happened with Delta, United. If you bought United tickets through this crazy Norwegian regional carrier website, you could get them for incredibly cheap because they actually forgot to put the fuel surcharge on when they sold tickets that way. And Alitalia. Whoa, what happened? Sorry. The Alitalia fare was one that I took advantage of for the round the world trip.